Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? All right, it's end of Monday, so we do Unreal stuff, and we're gonna continue with our idea of making some kind of procedural city. And um, yeah, so last stream we kind of figured out that okay, we can generate some kind of building with some kind of procedural manner. It's quite performant after done. I did also some experiments with making like a dynamic. With making like a PCG based building. You know, the new Unreal Engine 5 procedural generation framework. And the thing is that it's also quite performant. I believe it will be even more performant to do it that way because, you know, we're not doing everything, all the iterations through blueprints and whatnot. So, you know, there's room for that there. But the next thing is that, you know, in a game that I have an idea, like, you know, something similar to Shadows of the Doubt, the thing is that we don't want the whole city loaded up at all times because let's say that we use 100,000 elements to build the city out of blocks, the buildings, roughly the room shapes and whatnot. But then there's probably another triple or maybe 10 times more objects because you need to put in furniture. That's probably going to be what, 20, 30 pieces per apartment. You'll need to put in all the little things in the fridge, all the little things here and there, and that suddenly turns into what, million elements, extra elements, millions of them. So we don't want all that to be at all times loaded up, visible, and Unreal Engine having to figure out what to show, what to not show. It's just a little bit too much. Maybe one day Unreal will just figure that out and suddenly make it work flawlessly without an effort. I'm sure at some point they will. But we're not there yet. Although they added the megalites, which are absolutely awesome. So I'm looking forward to that. And let me just open out the project that I was working on last time as for experimentation. And I'll show it to you roughly what I mean with the PCG buildings. Because I was following one tutorial on YouTube. It was quite nice. And we have a message on Twitch. You can just join my Discord if you want to. The link is, I need to finally fix it on the side of, I need to finally fix the link on a, what do you call it? On a Twitch side because it's broken. Let me post the link on Twitch so Twitch can do that too without tapping everything manually. There you go. Alrighty. Alrighty, so this here, what you can see is the wrong map, of course. If we're going to go to, I guess this thing? Yeah, that's the thing. I was playing around here for a little bit. That's not it, that's just random stuff, but this thing. I was following first tutorial. Procedural Minds is the YouTube channel. And yeah, that's basically the effect of, you know, let's just put some kind of mesh here, maybe something that, you know, we have one type, second, 1 second, and, you know, whatnot. And I can basically go in and say, maybe I want it to be 25. Whoops. No, we need numpad. 25 floors, and there we go. We've got 25 floors, right? Nice and quick. And the other nice thing about PCG is that we can just say, you know what, I'm gonna drag those out here and it's gonna cover that area. You know, no problem. This size would already take up some time when it comes to pure blueprints. And we can make it larger. There's no problem for us to put in, instead of What is it? Come on, I need to select the whole thing. We have set to 25 floors, but I can do 250. And just like that, it just takes a little bit. Oh, holy moly. It takes a moment to spawn the floors so it spreads over multiple frames. And it's chewing because that's actually a lot of instances, right? Because remember, it's not only tall, it's really, really wide. Each floor has multiple ties. So yeah, that is a lot of elements to make. And shadows work all the way there, which is nuts. But yeah, this is quite performant, if I'd say. And another thing is that you can even just grab one element, I don't know, plop it here, and it's just gonna do that. So that's absolutely awesome. PCG is awesome, and this is just scratching the surface of the whole thing. So I'm excited for that part. But now today's topic is to try to figure out how to imagine that we already have this whole procedure generation done, and we can generate separate floors with separate apartments, separate rooms in there, or something of that sort, where it's kind of logically separated. I'm gonna make it less tall because this is we just added a lot of extra tiles and this is kind of struggling. But you can see that, hey, this is just the great job of, this in blueprints would be less fun. Well, here we have spline. We could probably add a curve or something and we would be still fine. But for now, let's just make it down to 25 floors. So we can have it a little bit, maybe even 10 floors is good enough, right? So yeah, I'm really liking that part. Can we make it like something else? Spline point type curve. There we go. Look at that. We can actually do crazy stuff, right? Like a gentle curve, because why not? And we can add, subtract, do all the magic that PCG does. So from that perspective, it's absolutely awesome. Gosh, that would be a massive building. You could fit probably 100, 200 apartments in there. More maybe. Who knows? But now let's imagine that, ignore all the wonky stuff that's going on. But you can imagine that there's a floor of a building, right? This is a single floor, and in theory, this could be stacked. The moment as a player, we're outside, we don't really need to load whatever's inside of this room, right? There's just absolutely no point, because there will be, could be hundreds of objects here. I want to say game object as in Unity, but actors in case of Unreal Engine. And only when we get close to some kind of room, only then we want to actually load what's inside of it, or maybe what's inside of the next one, right? And when we get inside of this one, we can probably unload whatever's inside some other buildings that were out here. And as we progress, we might be loading in contents of some other rooms, actual, more detailed representation of the room, or just room in the first place. So the goal would be to kind of figure out how we can design this kind of system. I have never done anything with level streaming in Unreal, but from what I kind of perused through, it seems as if we have option of normal level streaming and dynamic level streaming or something like that. So the difference between them, as far as I understand, is that the static one is when we just create various maps, we can load them and work on them inside as a single level, and then just switch them on and off whenever we have to. The other option is the dynamic level streaming would be a situation like this. See, when I select this is a single thing, but really this is a level instance. So when you select a few things, let's say I will select this and maybe this and that, right? What I could do is just select few of those objects, right click and say level, create level instance. So what a level instance is, it's saved as a map, and I wonder if we can actually open this thing, because I made like a something somewhere temporarily. Not here. I have no idea where I saved it. Room corridor. There we go. I double click it. I'm not saving this level, and here we go. That's all there is. I mean, I would put on unlit. We can see that we have the whole room. So the idea is that you have those levels, those tiny little levels. I mean, they could be large or whatnot. But at the end, you can simply put multiples of them into a single level, because each one of those is literally a copy of it. So if I would go this one, I'm gonna right click, level, edit. You can see that the rest of the world grays out. I have just a single one. If I'm going to do something to this door, like this, right? Doesn't make sense, but just let's say, I'm gonna save it. And now we have it done to every single copy of the level. So, you know, they all update together. You can see all those doors here are, door frames are moved a little bit. And the same thing would be here. Can I open it as a new tab? No, I can't. But that's basically the idea about it. And the nice thing about it is that we don't have to have predetermined position for this level instance to be spawned in. We can do that dynamically, like, hey, spawn it here, spawn it there. You can in some way control where the pivot is and a few other things. So from that perspective, that's awesome, because that means we could kind of glue things together and procedurally build the room up. And another thing is that to some extent, I think it would be possible to have separate kind of level instances for things like the room, or maybe, you know, like base walls or something. And then maybe for some more detailed walls or something. Because the thing is that as the player moves around, all the other 3D characters, they kind of need to keep track where they are, or as they're moving. To some extent, they will be, you know, disappearing and being simulated, you know, without physical representation. But if we're standing in this room, we want the characters that are 2 rooms over to actually already be spawned and doing something, even though maybe some of the elements aren't, you know, loaded up properly, like fully, but maybe they have some kind of basic representation. And then as we move closer to that room, only then some of those elements get spawned in as, you know, full graphical representation and interactive for the player. So I'm thinking of more of layers of content, and I believe there are some aspects of that available in Unreal Engine, but we need to kind of start exploring how that works. So what I'm gonna do is, I was thinking if we could first initially try to kind of connect this to some kind of basic system. Although I don't like this setup. Let's just make a few variants of a room that we can do something with, okay? And I'm not gonna bother about roofs yet. I'm just gonna, whatever, make it somewhat work initially. So how could we do that? Okay, so let's maybe start somewhere here. I'm gonna get rid of most of those because they don't have to be here really. They just flicker because we have Z fighting and all the other stuff. Bam bam. This little volume shouldn't be there. Okay, we're good. And we actually have a starting point here. Okay, so let's make a few small rooms. I'm just gonna make maybe them 3 blocks wide and bam, 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 something of this sort, okay? If I'm making everything 3 blocks, let's do 2 blocks, maybe. We're gonna keep things. So let's say that we have 2 by 2 meter kind of grid. Let's imagine that. And this would be our first room. Or maybe a little bit longer, some kind of corridor, okay? And I'm gonna keep them all rectangular for now, just to have easy time initially. So now let me just copy it and search for a wall or like door, something. Door segment, there we go. And I'm just gonna plop it somewhere here. Let's say this is our doorway. And this will have another doorway somewhere here maybe. Let's just put on snapping. Now we're gonna just kind of build this thing up. Like totally weird curve because I don't know, it's just a weird shape, but it should not matter. Okay, so we've got this one, and wait, I just need to change it to a wall. If I can find it. There we go. Just a wall segment that we can copy a few times to get a wall. Okay, so we're nearly done with our first room. I know that these are not very exciting walls, but I just don't feel like dealing with heavy nanite things right now. Some kind of blocky things for start should be enough to start getting the concept laid out. Okay, so this will be the first room. If I'm gonna play, let's just make sure, yeah, current camera position. You know, I can jump in, and this is nice roomy room with 2 doorways. And I'm gonna leave those doorways open for now, just because I just want to be able to actually see as the things are loading. So what we're gonna do now is I want to figure out how can I actually spawn that room, right? So I would need some kind of corner piece. You can see that we have always the main anchor for things on like front right. So I'm gonna name that piece. Where's the rename? Rename F2, right? Corner piece, the corner floor, or anchor floor. Okay, that's how we're gonna call it. So now I can select all the objects. Thankfully, there's not many. Bam, bam. I guess I could do it originally in a inspector, but I'm too dumb for that. Okay, so we've got all the pieces, including the floor. So now I can just right click, level, create level instance. And now the pivot type will be a specific actor. And I want to pick the anchor floor. So this would be the pivot of the whole level. This spot, this way we can position the whole level initially without any issues. And we say, okay. And now where do we save it? So I'm just gonna create a new folder, rooms. And here we're just gonna say room corridor, whatever. L for level underscore room underscore corridor. And that's it. Okay. This is just our corridor. So you can see that now when I select it, it's just one thing. Theoretically, I need to open it up to see what's inside. And I can easily create a new one. No problem. And I would need to shift it over a little bit to work, but what I can do is just say, you know what, this thing is gonna be here. And we suddenly have connection here, and we could probably put another one here. But instead of doing that, let's just create another room. And I think we can actually do something fun. So let's go to rooms, this corridor, Control D to duplicate, and we'll go call it room. I don't know, room, apartment, 1. Okay. So what that means is that I can probably drag it in here. Will that work? Yeah, level instance. There we go. Doesn't show though. What the heck? Why not? Oh no, it does. Wait, save everything. Oh, I need to resave. Okay, so we've got the thing. This is separate than this one because this one is room quarter, while this one is apartment. That means I can just go right click, level, edit, and we can just kind of edit out here. And we just need to keep in mind that this is still this little corner here. That's our anchor. So I'm just gonna do little simple move things around to make it like a, I don't know, maybe a little bit larger room that pretends to be an apartment. So there will be no other door inside. Okay, it'll be just this thing. So we're gonna do that, and you know what? Let's just add some windows at this end, and that will be it. Okay, we've got this thing. Beautiful. So let's just copy those and plop some rooms here, right? And we'll be done. Windows, I mean. Window. There we go. We've got a little teeny tiny window. Okay, beautiful. So this should be our, we just click save and bam, our level instance. This thing just saved, which is awesome. And one thing, because some of them might think like, hey, why did you make it a level instance and not, for example, where you can create a packed level actor? So the difference between them is that level instance is an actual level, something that can contain blueprints, something that can contain, you know, various actors. It can, as far as I know, even contain PCG volumes that will generate content for you. They could be probably the runtime ones that will start generating content only when you actually tell them to. So they can contain interactive stuff. While something like create packed level actor would in theory work for this thing because they are purely to contain static meshes. And then Unreal Engine automatically figures out that, oh, you have that many instances of that specific mesh, I'm gonna combine them together into one instance mesh and optimize things for you automatically. So maybe in theory we're gonna use it, but for now I just want to have something that can contain everything I need in a room because I'm kind of trying to figure out what I can even do here. So now with this level ready, we're just gonna plop a few apartments like this one here, and maybe we're gonna copy it, rotate it, which is another nice thing that we can do with levels, right? And we're gonna plug it in here. And what about this thing here? Maybe we're gonna do something similar where we have some kind of, you know, another instance of that corridor. And from that, we're gonna simply build more apartments. I'm gonna connect them in this funny fashion. There we go. Look at that. It's all nice and modular. So we're gonna grab this thing, rotate it, and plop it here. Well, this thing will be going here. To the left, and there we go. So I know it's ugly as heck. It isn't coherent at all because it doesn't use this space, but that's not the point. So now the idea would be to figure out around this building when to load which thing. I wonder if we would need to, because the thing is that this is only like 3 rooms or something, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rooms. So in theory, it's not a lot. And at any point, you are kind of forced to see the outside walls. So what if, just for pretending, we're just gonna build a separate level that's the outside, and we're gonna hide it whenever we are inside. Okay. It won't be that simple at the end, but we might as well pretend it is for now. So I'm just gonna not even do that. Let's go here, room apartment. Let's do duplicate. It'll be not room, it will be building, facade, whatever, 01. I'm just gonna save it that way so we can bring it here. Okay. Huh. Okay. There we go. And I'm just gonna position it somewhere here. We're gonna have just one facade that encompasses everything. And then we're gonna load the rooms whenever necessary. So let's say that that's it. I'm gonna go level edit, and we're just gonna change some things up. Come on, I can't select anything. Huh. I guess I can't select when I'm trying to select something that's inside something else. Really? See, I can't select this one. Guess different angle. And now some of those, because we, in theory, we don't need a flooring for that. Come on. That definitely needs to be improved. That I can interact with the other stuff. Is there some kind of fun little thingy to change to not show the other stuff? Probably is, but I don't know where. I'm gonna be clicking until I find something. Okay, I think we're done with stuff that's duplicated. So let's just pretend that this is still outside of the building, right? And we can get rid of the flooring because that's not needed at all. So yeah, there's some manual work involved, but whatever. So let's say that this wall is blank, and this one will be all windows. Window segment. There we go. And we're just gonna go and copy them over a few times to pretend that this is a building, and another one inside here. Bam and bam. And this will be something that we're gonna unload when we're sure that we are inside the building. What? Okay. Drag it over here, and we're probably halfway through already. So not bad. One thing about Unreal Engine that I really like is the fact that world building is so much faster than so many things. Just the way you can move stuff around is just so much faster than Unity or Godot, in my opinion. I don't know, it just feels more ergonomic. So let's turn this into just a wall segment. Copy a few of those. And just keep going. I guess we need to turn those into the window again. Okay. And we can grab a few of those to put somewhere here. And I think we just joined in to this part. There we go. So the last thing now is just to close out that corner. Oops. Come on. There we go. So we're going to pretend that the wall is somewhere here. And one last piece will be here. Okay, so this is supposed to be the outside perimeter of our building. Just a little thing. It's just a facade, and that's it. So let's save it. And now we have it here. So in theory, I can just go and turn it off, turn it on. So when we go inside, it's gonna be gone. When we go outside, it's gonna reappear. And this way we have some kind of squarish situation here. So we can kind of try to evaluate when to turn on what. So let's see. I recall that there is something that we can add as streaming volume. Level streaming volume. There we go. So let's try to figure this thing out. I'm gonna position it somewhere here. Okay. Somewhere on the ground level. And what do we have here? Brush settings. Okay, so these are brush settings. And I can't just modify them easily. I need to go around modifying that. But it should be fine. So the way those work, as far as I understand, is that whenever the player's in this specific volume, we can specify which levels need to be actually loaded. So I'd also presume that I could generate those during runtime. I don't see why one wouldn't be able to. So let's just say that we have few of those on different sides of buildings. And depending on, in which one the player is, we just link them to different levels to show different parts of them. So this one here will be specifically for the facade. And maybe a few of the rooms. So let's say that this thing is purely to be in this kind of location, where the moment we get to here inside to the window, it's gonna load out the outside because maybe we need to see a little bit of outside wall or something. And when we're out here, it's also gonna load the thingy. So how do we link it up? What do we have? Streaming levels. No, editor previs only. Disable streaming usage, SVB loading and visibility. Oh, SVB loading or loading visibility, visibility blocking unload. Okay, and blocking unload or loading not visible. Let's go loading of visibility, whatever it means. But streaming levels is 0. What the heck? Replication edge load. It's interesting how we don't have any selection available. I wonder if it's because we would need to have actual streaming levels or something. Huh? Let's look it up. Unreal Engine setting up level streaming volumes or whatever. Level streaming using volumes under Engine 4. So wow, 2015. Let me share the voice so to get rid of the music.
Example here, you'll notice I have 4 rooms, each one a different color. You'll also notice everything looks like it's simply one map connected together without any issues.
Yeah.
Now we'll go to use them.
Those.
Streaming volumes is a way to simply
because there's
have
a concept
one
of
persistent level, which is
right?
basically a map that will hold, load, and unload any of the individual maps inside the persistent level, as you can see here. And
how do I mark my
it
world
allows
as
you to
persistent?
easily manage. So, streaming volumes. Streaming volumes are a volume that determines when the player sees.
Yeah.
It determined that volume, all them up.
Skip.
Is going to tell one. However, since you see that attachment level and any maps they covered in a different video. So the first one, map 2, maps everything. Persistent map consists of only the things you want to keep persistent. My streaming volumes, light source, and my Skype should be persistent across your game, like a user interface manager or a game manager in our level class. And magnifying glass. There we go. Okay, so the magnifying glass is what we use in order to assign streaming volumes to maps. So let's go over to our volumes. Let's go over to streaming volumes. Let's actually go ahead and we will delete this one and we will set it up from scratch.
Confusing.
So right now, if we were to run this map and run through, we are now currently in streaming volume 1.
Let me just start tinkering a little bit. He's showing some eyeball thingies and whatnot. But can we make world settings? Enable streaming, runtime, blah, blah, blah. World. Use client-side level stream volumes instead of server-side. I don't think it matters here. But do we have something like persistent? No. Runtime partitions. Main grid. Yeah, it's just HL setup and whatever. No, not here. Oh no. This is gonna be painful. What want to be? Okay, so let's get back. Sub-levels and level stream volumes, Unreal Engine 5. Gosh, I can't believe Unreal Engine 5 is like for 2 years out already.
Something that I tutorial on.
Yeah, he has a normal thing that says editor.
That doesn't hit a so in the memory that can create some level. And then if we come up here into Windows and we look into levels, you'll see now it's a persistent level.
It's not we need to open up something called levels. Oh. Window, levels. Let's park it maybe here. This feature is disabled when world oh, because I'm on world partition. Oh no. That complicates things. That complicates things. I did not expect that. Ay, ay, ay. Doesn't mean we need to recreate it ourselves. I mean, we could recreate that system ourselves, right? I don't see a problem with that. Okay, we're gonna straight recreate it ourselves. Which is kind of a good thing, because eventually we will need to figure out a way to spawn them automatically, generate those volumes automatically. So we might as well write some kind of simple script. So what are the requirements? So the requirements are that we need to keep track in which volume the player is, or in which volumes, plural. Because the player, because we could kind of make a volume that encompasses the whole building, or like big tile that says load this area, might be that and this thing far away, right? While when you're inside this volume and you're inside this specific maybe room like this, you also want, in addition, to load this room, that one room there, and this one, and maybe this one, right? So that when you're walking around, it works. So that means we need to keep track in which volumes, plural, the player is. And then in the future, we'll also need to figure out in which probably rooms some other characters are, to kind of figure out what to keep in memory, possibly. But now we could just focus on the player. So I can see two parts of that system. One is some kind of overseeing system that is being notified, like, okay, these levels need to be loaded, those levels need to be loaded, and those levels need to be loaded. And every frame it checks if something happened, and if it needs to load some additional levels, or it can unload some levels, right? So that's one thing. And then the other thing is that we would have to have some kind of, the blueprint, which is the volume itself, that we can say which level instances to actually keep loading, or keep loaded, or something. So that's that. There are actually so many ways to do it. So let's start with this main system, okay? Initially, I'm gonna probably make a little thingy here. So let's go to something like, let's just inside content, let's create new folder for, I don't know, level streaming. Okay, I'm just gonna call it this way. And let's create new blueprint class. Do we have an option of a subsystem? I don't think so. Subsystem. No, let's just make it an actor, okay? For now, it's just going to be an actor, so we can have something simple. BP streaming manager, okay? Something of that sort. Let's open it up. And what do we need to track here? So here we need to track which levels need to be loaded and which can be unloaded. So let's do it in a way that we have just an array of levels that we keep track of, okay? So for that, we're actually gonna create a struct. That would be my first idea to structure. Struct, and here should be f underscore. So this will be load, I don't know, loaded level, streamed level, okay? We're just gonna call it streamed level, and this must be really tiny on a stream. I'm so sorry about it, but hey, that's an engine, right? So we're gonna have two elements here. First of all, because this will be representing, we'll have array of those, possibly an array of those that each will be representing the level that we are keeping track of in our manager, okay? And therefore we'll have it where we keep track, first of all, of the level. So this will be the level instance. And do we have type? Is there something like level instance? Level instance, look at that. So that will be the actual object reference, a reference to something that exists in the world, I believe. Okay. Then we're gonna have another variable in here. So the thing is that when we register something, we also need to kind of make it appear. Huh. For now, I'm just gonna make it level instance, but a soft object reference. Yeah, let's make it soft object reference in case it was unloaded. We'll just need one, right? Level instance. And then we're just gonna have a situation where we have some kind of flag. Does it have to be loaded? Is it loaded or what? Let's just call it active. And we'll just make it Boolean. And I'm also gonna do one extra thing. Time left. I know it's weird, and I don't know we're gonna get there, and I'm just gonna make it into a float. We'll see if we're gonna use it. I'm just gonna save it for now. We can always modify it and just start from this point. So in our string manager, we're gonna add a main, like one variable, and this will be, let's just call it levels. It's gonna be this streamed level, and we're gonna make it an array, a set, or a map. That's the question here. I think we're gonna make it a map, because that means we can quickly refer to specific levels, load them, unload them, and we're just gonna deal with things over some kind of ID rather than something else. So in our streaming thingy here, we're gonna add one more variable. Can we move them up? I want it to be first. Yes. So let's call it ID. And do we have GUID? Yes, we have some kind of GUID. So this will be basically our ID of the level that we just loaded up. Therefore, we can kind of refer to them normally. All right. So that works. We have our string manager, which has a map of those. And then I think our streaming manager would need to have some kind of way of saying, hey, load this level or mark it as not needed anymore. Okay. So let's add a function. And a new function will be called something like request level. Okay. Gonna request level, and what it will need to say is specify which level. So let's do it this way, where okay, this is tricky. Because right now in our situation, we have a situation where we kind of have them prearranged, right? No big deal. And they're already loaded, so whenever we get somewhere, we need to load them, unload them, whatever, do weird shit with that. But the thing is, at the moment we unload them, they will probably go away completely. Unload whatever is not referenced from the memory and gone. But the other alternative is to just hide them so they're not visible, so when rendering we're not deciding what to show and what not to show. But in practice, I want those to be actually loaded from scratch. So I'd say that we would probably want to provide out when we say something like, request level, we would need to give it a reference to some kind of something that we can instantiate the level from. Instantiate it, right? And where do we need to put it? So let's see if we can have something like dynamic level cast to dynamic level streaming dynamic. What the hell is level streaming? Load level instance. Okay. By name or by object reference? Target is level streaming dynamic. Ooh. By object reference? So optional level streaming class or optional level name override. Oh wow, we can zoom in a lot. Oh, so this is level. World soft object reference. Level that we want to load. Location, rotation, of course not scale. Optional level name override. And streaming class. Okay, and load as template package. What the hell? As temp package? No idea what that means. But let's just say that we just need a level instead. So let's make that an input. Input. Level. And this will be, what is it? World soft object reference. World soft world reference. That's different color. Level. How do I do that? Is there some other way around, like location, promote to local variable, struct pin, promote to variable? Can I promote this to variable? I can. Oh, it's just world. Huh. So input. World. There's no single thing called world. What the hell? Just straight up says world. Add pin to node. What? I can do that. Okay. I don't mind that. That's a nice shortcut. So this thing, delete. We don't want that from here. So we are having world. Go figure. The other thing is location and rotation. We need all those to specify where we want to spawn the thing. For now, we're just gonna spawn it and add this thing to somewhere here. And return value will be level streaming dynamic object reference. Oof. So maybe we could just add some kind of output. So we have output node. We're gonna drag it to add it here. What does it show up as? Level streaming. Huh? Oh, it's not gonna get wider, right? Of course. Current level streaming dynamic type. Great. Get rid of this old one. So this will be the loaded level instance, I presume. Success or not? Wow, okay. So we're gonna check if it was success to load it. If true, just return that. Otherwise, we're just gonna say print string failed to load a level. Just like that, that's it. Optional level name override. I guess this is if we wanted to kind of override the world and just name them probably in the, over something. In the, what do you call it? Outliner. Okay, cool. We'll just do that and we're just gonna not attach anything and whatever. It's supposed to be a soft reference, I hope. Oh well. Can I compile it? Yes, and this is not happy because load level instance was ruined because its exact pin. Oh, of course. Now it's happy. Level streaming dynamic, level streaming level instance, or instance editor property override. Well, I'm gonna leave it the way it is for now. So if we are able to load it, on success of loading it, level streaming dynamic object. What the heck? Can I add new variable? Level streaming dynamic. So what was it? Level streaming dynamic object reference. Okay. Level. We can probably change this. Level streaming dynamic object reference. There we go. So that's going to be our level then. We have a reference to it here in our struct. So we can grab our levels and if we request the level, I mean, in theory, we would want to give it a GUID. Do we? Do we need a GUID, or can we just pass around that level instance or something? Because I'm thinking, if we have multiple volumes requesting existence of some level instance, how do we actually differentiate that two different volumes requested the same already existing level to be instantiated? How on earth are we doing that? Does an actor have an ID or something? Can we just ID? Get ID or something? This should be on a, no, a sequence. I want actor. Maybe I'm just mixing it up with Godot or something, because I think Godot might have IDs automatically generated for each element, but not here. Okay. Because it's not that we can just differentiate between those levels just by this thing being a level. That's not it. We want to, because, you know, the same level instance, the same instance could be instanced in, you know, 500 different locations on the level. So that's not really what we want. Come on. What do I do? When I have this volume, it needs to kind of specify, do this, that, and that. I guess each level instance would need to specify, you know, or have specified what kind of instance that is. Yeah, so during generation, when we generate a floor and we generate a room, we number them or something, therefore we can make them by which building, make a unique name for each one of them. By unique building, by unique this, unique that, and that. So can I just click on a specific level? And can I just give them a name? So it already has apartment 3, corridor 3, corridor 2, apartment 2. Okay, so in theory, by default, they kind of have unique names here. So that's good. I like that. So let's say that I'm giving it a name. So besides just request this and that, we're going to add an additional pin. That's going to be a first pin. And we're just going to say, come on, how do I move this thing? Name. And that's going to be a F name, right? Just name. It's unique. There we go. It's going to be a name of our level. Therefore, when we request it, so we need to keep track of not only which what do you call it? Which instance is requested, but also who it's requested by. And this way we'll be able to keep track of, you know, 5 things are requesting for that. And then when we remove the request or whatever, when we say like, okay, players out of here, you know, when we request unloading, it's just gonna remove that level from the list of levels, that whatever list of requesters or something. So in abstract, we're gonna add one more thing, which is just go with volumes. Okay. And we're just gonna have something like soft level, whatever. Actor, right? Let's make it an actor for now. And it's gonna be soft object reference, so that we can handle situation where actor gets deleted. This won't hold it long loaded or some other assets being loaded. This is just gonna say that, hey, this thing could go bad, and we can just check if it's valid over time to see if we actually need to unload some additional levels. Great, and this will be an array or a set. Let's say set. So we don't have duplicates. We just add, remove, and that's it. So inside here, we can just say levels. Can we say find? And that removes us integer. Ew. Get set by reference? What? what do we have available here? Map. Add clear find contains. So add clear contains find is empty, keys, length, remove, values. How do I get a node? What the heck? Add clear contains find. Finds the value associated with the provided key. Wait, I have it as... Oh, because I have it as... The key is supposed to be name. Change the value type. There we go. It's thinking. We'll take a few million years. Come on, it can do it. Okay. And then the value is the instanced whatever. F. What do we call it? What the hell do I call it? Streamed level. Okay. There we go. It's going to go over a million things again. There we go. Okay. So now when I call find on it, first let's compile it. Find. We will actually get the value. Okay, and that makes sense. So we're going to grab this one. We're going to find it. And now, if it's success that we actually found it, that means we already have it here. So in theory, we need to decide if we're loading it up actually or not, all the fancy stuff. So we're checking if basically check if loaded or if present, and what is it in the map? Okay, so if it's present in the map, that means we can just grab it and do something with it, right? So in this case, when we're requested to be added, if it's here, that means it's already loaded, and that means we can simply can I break the stream level? So the thing is that we have volumes here. So I would need to do, because this is the tricky part, add. I don't know if that's gonna work, but we'll see. So we have this stream level, right? And I basically want to add this little thing. What is it? We need to say who requested it, right? So this will be the additional thing, will be requester, and it'll be an actor. Come on, where's the actual actor? Come on. You serious? Actor. We have everything but the actual actor. Oh, there it is. And we make it to be a soft object reference. And therefore we can just plug it in here. So if we have it here, we just add it here, and we need to have some kind of arrow to something like reevaluate the specific level, because maybe this thing was already about to unload, it already didn't have anything, and we need to suddenly say, you know what, this thing actually needs to be loaded. But for now, we're just gonna leave it the way it is. Just do that. And I think we could... Will that just save it? That's the thing that I don't know how much blueprints are different than, for example, C++. Because this here is just a normal thing. So in theory, that would create a copy in C++ because the struct. And therefore, if we're going to save it, we just save, modified something in a copy. Although an array itself would be a reference to something shared inside here. So maybe, just maybe, it's going to be fine. I have no idea. We'll see. We added something, we added this to be the requester, and the next iteration of this level streaming is going to figure out if it needs to have it there or not. So that's the end of it if we requested something that already exists. But if it doesn't exist, we will need to create it. So if it's false, we need to get levels, add. Okay, we're going to add a new object. And what do we need to add? We can basically say, wait, this is the key. The key will be this thingy here. Well, this is the thing, we can make it. And by making it, we specify the level instance. So we need to first actually instantiate it. Oh dear. So first we instantiate the level. If it works, then we're gonna add it to the list. So we can actually get the level instance here, say that it's active. Time left, we don't worry about it. And in volumes, set. Can we just make a set or something? How do I create that? Do I call add? I think so. What? Oh no. Oh no. So I created this thing, and from here we can get whatever volumes. Nope. Set adds a node that modifies fstream level. Set members. We have a reference. Set members. How does one use that? What the heck? I don't think we're supposed to see that. Break. Now we can get this thing. Add. And now we can just go. Oh dear. And lock this thing in. What a mess. Wow, this is an impressive mess. Yuck. Because there's no like create, make. Oh, there is make set. What? I'm blind. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so we're gonna make the set with this thing inside. Okay, so that's our fresh set. Bam, bam, everything plugs in, and we add it to levels. We already have it instantiated, so we have a reference to it. And we have reference to actor who requested it. And therefore we can just say, hey, yeah, we succeeded. That's a theory. This is really ugly. But hey, I don't know what I'm doing. That's the whole point of the streams. Okay, all good. Nothing going on here. Great. So, if we have this, we also need to handle unloading. And I'm gonna do it right now while we're in the context. So it'll be request level, then it'll be discard level. Okay. And we're just gonna give it simple inputs. It'll be whenever the requester. Was that the name here? Yeah, requester. So it's gonna be the requester and also the name of the level. Level name. So we can go to levels, get, and find this specific level by name. And the fun thing about it now is that we can make a decision. If we found a level, we're gonna do something. If we didn't find a level, we can just straight up ignore it. We just finish. It's all good. Everything's unloaded. So that's gonna be that option. But for true, when we found a level, we basically need to check. Is it unloaded? Remove it. So first of all, or no, let's not do that. Let's just say if it's here, we're gonna grab it. No, we can't do just, we need to break the stream level, grab the volumes, and delete, remove items, elements of an array, or remove. Okay, so if we found it, we want to remove this specific thing from the requesters. And that will be it, okay? That will be absolutely it. And what matters here is that the moment we remove it, we'll just have something inside here that iterates over all of them, okay? So let's go to our event graph. And in our event graph, I'm just gonna do event tick. It's just gonna be one thing ticking, so it shouldn't be too bad. So on event tick, we're just gonna be grabbing our levels, okay? And we're gonna iterate over them. So for each, or let's do values. There we go. So we have an array of values, okay? Because we don't really care about names, we just want the actual values. So iterate over all the values, and we do for each. All right. And what we're doing here is basically for every element, in this case, it will be streamed level structure. We can check how many there are left in the thing. So we break it, we grab the volumes, and we go count length. There we go. And we basically check length. If it's equal to 0, we need to mark it as not active anymore. Okay? Or something of that sort. We don't even need that flag active, right? We'll see. for now, we're not using it. So for each loop, we basically check if it's 0 inside the volumes that are requesting, right? So if it's 0, we basically need to, in my case, I want to start a timer. Or modify the timer, I'd say. How the hell do I do that? Can I go to levels and find? Wait, there's not find. But is there find where I can just do reference? Can I right click on something and find? Element, right click. Here, reference. Get a reference. Oh. Okay. So we're gonna do that. We're just gonna get a reference that we can modify. Beautiful. And this will be the index. Okay, an array. So we're just gonna get a reference, and in this reference, I mean that's break. In theory, can we modify it here, or can I just do set? No. Set by reference variable and value. Huh? Set the value of the connected path by... No, this is confusing as heck. Because if I'm gonna do that, what the heck am I doing? Because I want to just change the time left in that specific thing. So I grab this. I then am going to, because this is a reference. So let's not do the reference. Let's just enjoy the one we already have. We're just gonna say levels. Set. Or what do we have here? Map. Add. Contains. Find is empty. Remove values. How do we... I guess I do add. Adds a key to the map. If something already uses a provided key, it will be overridden. Okay, so we just do add. Okay, simple enough. Just a little bit confusing name. So if it's equal 0, then we're gonna just add the element, and the key will be, of course, the same key. Oh, really? Oh no. Uh-oh. We have to iterate over key value pair. Pairs for map. Contains keys, length, remove. I guess we need to iterate over keys. Yeah. So let's just iterate over keys instead. All right. And what we're gonna do here is just for each key, we're just gonna say find or get. Sure, find this thing. Okay. And therefore, you know, it should be guaranteed that it's here. So I'm gonna skip that part. And this is our stream level. And we can continue with this whole decision making. But what that means is that we also have the key that we need to modify then. I'm sure there's a simpler way. I just don't feel like doing a deep dive into how maps work in Unreal right now in Blueprints. So we add it, and here's gonna be basically make this thing. And what we're gonna do here is simple. Drag, 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 and time left will be this. Subtract the delta time, delta seconds or whatever. There we go. And okay, there we go. It's reduced. Bam. But what it means is that when we reduce that, we can actually check if we should modify it or just straight up destroy it. So let's say that less or equal to 0. Okay. So if length is 0, no elements left, we initiate this thing where we reduce time. You know, new time left. Okay. New time left. There we go. And therefore, if new time left is that less or equals 0, then we're gonna basically additionally make another decision. Because if it's 0, that means we can just destroy the level and destroy the whole thing completely. Otherwise, then we're gonna update the time with the new one, which is smaller. Okay, there we go. So, still time left. Okay. Reduce. Okay, so that's that. The other option was, oh geez, this is getting complicated. Okay, because we right now have a situation where we find those that have nothing left. No volumes checking it anymore. And basically, if it has no more, then do something. Does it have time left? Yes. reduce it, and update the whole thing because it already has 0. Otherwise, go and destroy it. Okay, that makes sense. The only thing is that I would also need to find a situation where when it's the first time that that we detect that, oh, it's 0, then we're gonna do something else. But maybe we can do that in discard level where we check if there's none, we're just gonna set the timeout. Because the thing is that sometimes we want to, and most of the time we want to delay how quickly the level gets unloaded after we leave the area. Because, if the player just jumps around the threshold, loading, unloading, we would just generate a lot of work for the whole system. So in case the player goes out and right back in, the level won't be unloaded yet because maybe we leave it there for extra 5 seconds or something. And that could make a big difference. Let me just get my music back. And of course, turn it off on the stream. Because I don't have a license for streaming music from Spotify. Could be fun, because I would love to share some music, but unfortunately, I can't. Although I can share the name of the song, because that's a good one. Let me find it. So, this thing is called Recovery by Rival Consoles. Rival Consoles. There we go. If somebody wants to enjoy it. There we go. Beautiful. You can't hear it, but you can look it up if you want to. Good. Okay. And there's my Unreal. There's this. Nothing gets shared. Good. We can continue. So let's assume that when we do some stuff there, we're gonna update it to be nothing. And if there's nothing, we're gonna just start the timer or timeout or whatever. And here, if time left, reduce the time until the next tick. Otherwise, we're just gonna straight up unload the world, right? So can I do level instance is valid, right? Just check if it's valid. First of all, if it's valid, we're gonna do something with it, right? Can I do destroy, delete, kill, get, unload, universal object locators, level streaming, set request, get is requesting unload and removal. Ooh. Unload level instance. There we go. If it's valid, unload it. And what we're gonna do here is just straight up remove this specific key. So we're gonna do levels, remove, and we specify the key. And remove it no matter if it's valid or not. We're just gonna remove it. Bam. So basically, timeout, unload. Okay, that's it. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, we've got that part. And now, just in the discard level, I want to make one modification. Okay? Because here we remove the thing from volumes. But what we also need to do is modify the time left. Okay? So what we're gonna do is grab the levels and say add to override element. Name stays the same. I don't care much about if it's pretty or not. I just want to get things done. And we're just gonna do this whole thing. So ID, in theory, we don't need. Active, so far in theory, we don't need. Volumes is this thing. And what we need to do now is set the time left. So we're gonna add a new variable. It will be level unload timeout. Or delay, okay? Let's call it delay. And that's gonna be simply a float, not a map, just a single float, public. And we're just gonna say, for now, let's just make it 2 seconds. Okay? And that's gonna be here. There we go. And also, when we remove the whole thing, I would like to... Wait. When we remove the thing, we don't want the level unload delay. Don't we? Only if we have nothing left. Oops. So let's just add that check. So this thing get, or like length, right? And equal to 0. So if basically, and we add a branch after we modify it. So if it's 0, only then we actually set the unload so that everything works. Okay. So, I mean, we could do it every time, but it doesn't matter. So set unload time when no more requesters. Okay, so that's one thing. But if we have requesters, this whole timer will stop anyway. So we're good. Okay, and therefore it will be reset whenever we do that. Okay, good. We're good. Beautiful. Not sure if we need that check in the first place, but we'll leave it for now. Or will we? Yeah, let's just ignore that check for now. We're just gonna drag it here, down. We don't need it yet. Just plop it here. And we'll set it every time. Okay, whenever we remove something, we just set the time. There we go. Okay. So now, requesting levels, removing, and timeout, in theory should work. So in theory, we can just, grab our manager. Can we make like a gizmo? Or whatever icon? Wasn't there like specific marker just so that we can see it in an editor? Rendering billboard. Billboard. There we go. And that's our thingy. And is there something like visible hidden in game and set to true? Perfect. So that means we can just go here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put our streaming manager here. And there we go. There's our streaming manager. Random thing here. Good. So if that's the case, now we'll just need to make something for the blueprints here for those guys. Okay. So new blueprint class, and can we take like a streaming volume. No, we don't want it to be streaming volume, just a volume. Brush volume. Wasn't it like a trigger volume? Actor trigger base, trigger box, a box shaped trigger used to generate overlap events in the level. Okay, good, but is there one that doesn't have that shape? Because it would be nice to define something with something else, but let's just take it from trigger box, okay? BP streaming volume. Okay. And we can see that we have our extends and everything, so that's good. They will be probably available for editing easily. Okay. So now the only thing is that we need to detect whenever the player walks in and out of our thingy. So can we say we have collision component? So that's good. Box extend and all this stuff. Dynamic obstacle, not really. Component tick, age load, whatever. Physics. Collision, there we go. Collision preset. Is there like pre-made for just a player? For pawn. Pawn object can be used to for capsule or any playerable. Yeah, literally playerable character or AI. So that's good. That's something I would like to just detect pawns, no matter shape or form, and then decide that if that thing is the player, then we actually act on it. Okay. Where'd that music go? Alrighty. So we have pawn collision only. So we can basically... do we have an event set on it? On tech damage, on actor begin overlap, and... I think so. Begin overlap? Alright. Yes, please. Begin play. Bind event on actor begin overlap. And what we do with that? Well, equal. Wait, this is actor reference. Can we get player pawn? That should be an actor, right? I think. if it's the same as player pawn, that means we have win, and therefore we can find a manager or whatever. So we'll be let's just make something I don't like to do, but let's just make it simple for ourselves. So it's gonna be blueprint, macro or function library? That's a good question. Function will mean that we have less code. Macro embeds the code. Let's just do simple function library on actor. BPFL. Streaming functions. Okay, and wasn't there something where we need to specify class settings, like parent class? Or was it for something else? It needs to be macro, probably. Yeah. It just needs to be a macro. Or at least at my current knowledge level. So let's just do blueprint macro library on just an actor. BP ml for macro library, and this will be streaming macros. And I'm doing all that just to have a single node. We'll call that macro get streaming manager. Okay. And input will be just exec. And output will be exec. Okay. Then never know how to name them. Execute. Because I need to have a name, right? Yeah. Don't know. So executed and output should be streaming BP streaming manager. Right? Yeah, BP streaming manager. There we go. So the way we're gonna find a streaming manager is simple. Find actor by get actor by class. It's component by class. Actor by class. Seriously? Actor by class. Or do we need to get world first or something like that? Come on. How would I do it here? Get world? Nope. What the hell am I doing wrong? Actor by component. But there's no get actor by. What the heck's going on? Unreal Engine get actor of class. Get all actors of class. Actors of get all actors of class. That's what it is. Actors of class. There we go. And the class is BP Streaming Manager. There we go. List of our actors. So we're just gonna have get a copy. No. First, I guess get a copy. 0. There we go. And we just return it. And we just assume that it's in the level for now and scroll that. So that means we can do, if it's a player that just began overlapping, we just go and say get, what was it? Streaming manager. Get streaming managers. Get streaming manager. There we go. Now it shows up. I must have been typing something wrong. Okay. Not here. Here. If it's a player, we do this fun thing. Okay, get streaming manager, and therefore we will need to basically create a list of basically levels to load. And that's gonna be it would need to be some kind of configuration, right? Excuse me. So how do I have it set up here? Here we store an instance, but I know that we will be doing something like request, streaming manager request level, right? And we need to provide the level. That means that can I promote it to a variable, right? Levels. So let's get rid of this one, delete. It's just world. So in theory, I should be able to create a new, what do you call it? Struct. Oh, there we go. F, level, instance definition, whatever. Stupid name, but whatever. And here we'll have it basically name for it, because we need a name. And we need to have the class level itself. So this should be world in theory. Where do I find world? Ay, ay, ay. So yeah, basically there's no no type called world. From world, light map, world partition streaming override. Typed element world interface, no. Level? Yeah, it's so strange that we can't just reference that here. So let's just say that I have just that. Can I just augment it through here or something? Make level instance definition. Place new node. No. It's not compatible with name. World soft object reference. Come on. Variable type, right click copy, can't. Can I just paste it here or something? Paste it and it freaks out. Unreal Engine, specify level instance, and what is it called? Struct. How can I store a level as a variable in a structure? There we go. Levels are loaded with strings, aren't they? Yeah, but world variable is just more enjoyable to use. Thanks. Tried this C++. It, I recall correctly, the limitation when using soft object pointer was I don't want to define a struct just that thing. In C++, that would be kind of more work than I expected, but we might need to resort to that, which would be kind of sad. Can I create it in a structure? Yeah, and we don't have any other answers. So how can we do object reference object? Okay, soft object reference. That's it. We're gonna try it that as first, and we'll see what happens, right? And therefore, when we create it, how do we do? So get streaming manager, and then we want to not really, because we can't copy the world. Hide not import types. We don't have that checkbox here, unfortunately. So we're just gonna do those levels, right? And this will be the level instance definition. Okay. That's the thing. Compile. So, oh, and we need to make it an array. There we go. So basically, get this for each. And for each of them, we'll basically request a level. Okay. Just that. This thing will go up here. Come on. And now we have the array elements, so we can break it. We'll have the name to set, and then we're gonna have the level itself. But it won't work here. Cast for the world. Can we cast to the world? Cast to world. Please let me cast it to world. No. Come on. Soft object reference is not compatible with world soft object reference. Screw you. I guess we need to create this as a C++ struct. Okay. Let's go this route then. And Pixel Shake TV is asking, isn't that going to load every level at once? If you mean the levels that I'm pointing at here, yes. The idea is that the levels are marked as soft references. Right? So I guess they wouldn't be loaded. They would be just pointing at some kind of resource reference. I would consider, like a blueprint for the thing. And, I'll be requesting dynamic load of all the levels that are specific to a specific volume. when I get to here, load those little rooms or something. So it's not a massive amount of data as if, you know, I will be loading a bunch of worlds or something. It's just right now we need to go and basically say new C++ class. And we're just gonna make it that it's from an actor, whatever. It doesn't matter that initial class will be test class, okay? Create it, and we're just gonna have something to start with where we can define some kind of struct. We can move around later. That's that. Pixel Shake TV says, I've never done it like this before. I've just done normal async streaming. Yeah, so my use case is that I will be spawning instances of levels, multiples of them, because, you know, maybe I'll have defined, you know, 30 shapes of a room, and therefore I'm gonna be reusing them for different floors or of different buildings, just to reuse them. Then when they spawn, probably a blueprint will start up and maybe change colors or something, and then it's gonna start up some kind of PCG instance to populate it with all the furniture and whatnot. Okay, so Shake TV says, yeah, that's what I did it for too. Awesome. That's awesome. You know, I'm just learning. That's the first time I'm doing something with wait. Would you like to add the code now? Yes. What is it gonna turn on? Rider. Okay, good. This is the first time I'm doing anything with the streaming. And in my case, also, it's that those buildings will be defined procedurally from scratch. So I don't even know where they will be going. And normal async streaming, I'm not sure what you're saying. Because I don't know what's normal, what's not. I'm a noob. Okay, so we've got some test class. Now let me remember how on earth to add a struct. I think we had some tabs here, right? BenuUI docs, use struct. Do we have an example here? There we go. Some kind of use struct, blah, blah, blah. And that will be good enough for us to start, right? So, blueprint type, yes. Has native break? No. We don't want native break, that's for sure. So not fcat. This will be f level instance definition. And Pixel Shake TV says, I just mean using the node load level instance. I think that's what I'm using behind the scenes. So I don't know how long you've been watching, but you can see that we have, wait, streaming volume. We do a bunch of the stuff, and when we get close to the volume, we want to load a set of thing. You probably see request level. When we go in here, we have load level instance. That's it. So you say you can do it by name, so you don't need a reference that way. How do names work? How do I specify a specific name? Because I am not sure about that. Because yeah, that would kind of simplify things. I initially thought that I could just, during the startup, I could grab whatever currently stuff is and just delete it and then spawn it on the go, so I can kind of design the room ahead of time. But how does it work by name? I just need to make sure that I have each, I know it knows which levels I have in my project, and I can just reference those names or something. Yeah, just swap out that node. Yeah, so I would have simply, yeah, load level instance by name, and I need to provide a name. Level package name. Hello, for example, /game/map/map name. Oh, specifying short name like my map name will force Very slow search on disk. Ouch. I see. So I would need to have a global list of those and then somehow deduce them. And then the rest is the same. Instead of providing level here, I just provide our stuff. Because I'm not reusing that level soft world object reference or whatever. Okay. I'll try that. So let's just how does control, there we go. And that just goes here, here. And return value just goes here and here. Okay. All right. I like that. So we would need to have a name that we can probably reference in many other places rather than just here. Oh, level name is a string, not a name. What the heck? Seriously? And Pixel Shake TV says it's assuming you're preloading in the level stuff. Preloading the level stuff. I mean, yeah, as in I know the list of names, right? The reference way is great if you're saving and making levels a runtime, obviously. Okay, yeah. Although I am wondering, is it possible to, let's say, have during the runtime, you know, when you click new game, it goes through a step of generating a city. Do you think it's possible that during that generation, I'm actually saving chunks of, let's say, some rooms or whatever? I'm taking actors and making level instances of them? Because that would be fun. But I don't think it's possible at runtime to make level instances that I can then save to disk and load. I'll probably need to make my own save system, I'd presume. I'm asking too much of Unreal to have built in. So let's say that this is the name. We can convert it by the string, back to string, which is kind of stupid here. Why would you low level instance have it as string? Come on. Don't you know I'll be doing hundreds a second? I know that it's possible to save levels at runtime, but it's not as easy as just saving the objects and transforms into a separate file. Yeah. I think ultimately for that I'll need to have something custom because I'll need to have a system that knows, you know, if I'm gonna take a box from one room, pick it up and go to a completely different building, to a completely different room, it needs to save that that box isn't there anymore. So for that little specific area of the map, because by the time I'm out of the building, it's already unloaded. And then wherever I'm gonna leave it, it's gonna need to have that box there. So, and that goes for many other things, like probably fingerprints, who's there, what, basically everything. Probably a lot, yeah. Okay, so if I'm gonna pretend that this is actual name. Because I'm already using it because what I made here is an equivalent of, I guess, simple equivalent of a streaming thingy. What do you call it? The level streaming manager and volumes. Now I'm basically working on a volume where I can specify that, hey, these are the things to keep loaded while you're in this volume. When you get out, unload them unless something else is requesting them. And Pixel Shake TV says, I think the reason it's a string is because names can't have special characters, which you would need to comply with Windows naming. Ooh, good point. Huh, I didn't even know that names have specific requirements. Oh, so now it's gonna be fun. if I'm gonna change the name. That's gonna be fun. Okay. All right. So let's do the most scary stuff first. So first of all, IDs. I don't have those anymore. Delete. And is active. Delete. So I'm gonna get rid of a few of those. Save. And now let's see how much this thing broke. Recompile. And what is active? I don't care. We're good. I don't need that. So screw you. And that's the only place. Discard level. Unplug those and should be happy. Good. Cool. And one more error somewhere. What is it now? This and that one's fine. Event graph. Yep. Same thing. Cool. Thank you for helping out, Pixel. I really appreciate that. Okay, so not this one, but in level instance definition, so we're not gonna have a level, we're just gonna have a string for the name. There we go. So we just straight up delete that. And for the level definition, we also need location for it. So, one will be vector for the location, and one will be rotator for the rotation. Location and rotation. Beautiful. Okay. Cool. So request level. Let's just change it. Ooh, this is gonna be this is gonna be fun. Okay, so first of all, we're changing this to a string. So, first of all, this can be happy now, okay? Where else do we go? Okay, that's not a lot. We just have this add, this find, and that's it. Or at least on this page. So here we're gonna change it from name to a string. And Pixel Shake TV is asking how we're going to manage all the locations and rotations when it's procedural. So the idea for me is to have, generation of each floor some kind of grid based. And at some point I'm gonna have, like, you can think of a library of possible rooms, shapes, or whatever. And some kind of simple algorithm that basically searches how to fill them out so that doors align and other things. And at that point, I will probably have some way of those volumes and whatnot to figure out where to locate those things. And that will be just saved somewhere in some kind of data where we'll have, okay, when you go here, load this level and that location, that level and that location, and a few of those other things. And yeah, somehow I'm gonna get there. Don't know how yet, but somehow I'm gonna go. I hope to get there. Find. There we go. This goes here instead. Okay. So this one's replaced. And this one will have add. It will be so much easier in code. But at the same time, it's so much easier to prototype not in code. Okay, this one's good. This one needs to go here. And this one will go here. There we go. There we go. I think this one here is fine. That's the request level. Discard level will have more fun. Discard level again needs to have this as a string. And therefore we have find. And we grab it here, here, and here. A little cleaner in code, but easier in blueprints. But I say that as a blueprint guy that can really code well. Yeah, I'm software engineer by day and by night. I haven't done much of C++ and Unreal, but I'm starting to warm up to that slowly. So mostly whatever I did was always in blueprints. So I have some notion of how it works, but at the same time, I know that some things, yeah, larger, more complicated things, like, I mean, this is dead simple. But then when I have that generation of how to assemble things, that will for sure need to be in C++. Or maybe I'll go wild and I'm gonna use NIM programming language, which would be even stranger. But hey, there are options. Okay, so this goes here. And the only thing is here. There we go. Oh, of course this. Okie dokie. So, one more thing that's unhappy, it's this. So, we need to grab keys. And bam. Bam. Bam? Nope. Yeah, this is not gonna be happy. For each. Alrighty. And that's both of them. Perfect. Kind of. Okay, so this in theory is going here. Pixel Shake says, I'm one of those that you likely hate. A designer with enough code blueprints to make stuff work, but not always cleanly. I have nothing against that. When I do art, I do stuff I do the way I can, and that's definitely not the nice way. So, you know, that's that pretty much. So nothing against that. Use tools, you know. I know that what I'm doing now is a mess, not from only code perspective, also from blueprints. But whatever, as long as it works, it's fine. That's my opinion. It's game dev. You need to get things done because nothing's gonna get done. Okay, let's just keep replacing them ads and whatnots. This will go here. Ew, come on. You go here directly. So this one can go away. And this one still has this thing connected. And now I can get rid of that and consider this somewhat fixed. And we have remove, which goes from, whoa, from those two to here. And we also need this thing. But instead of doing that, I'm just gonna do what was done there. Bam. And therefore, I can delete this one and this random node that stayed behind. Okay, this is starting to take some kind of shape. I hope it's gonna work. Okay. Okay, the blueprint compiles now. Good. So let's go to stream volume. Now we can see that this is expecting a name. So I know that, look at that. This knows the name, but we shouldn't be providing a level anymore. So, bam. Level no longer required. And we can go here and just connect things completely blindly. There we go. And a requester will be self. Get reference to self. There we go. Wait, what? Convert to soft reference. Okay. Sure. Okay. So basically, whenever the player gets into the volume, we check if it's a player. If it is, we get the streaming manager. This could be coded as a subsystem, which would be way easier to work with. And then we basically go for each level that needs to be requested, just load them up. Just request them, add them to the line because they might have been already loaded. Yeah, because the whole idea is that multiple volumes can request the same level in that specific location. Oh no! Oh no! What did I just do? Because notice that now the name is the name of the level, like the resource name that I'm loading, but the same level will be in multiple locations. So now I need actually to have the additional things. Our instance definition needs to have name and also as a string level path. Let's call it that way, okay? Level path. And the name itself is gonna be a name. Oh, geez. What did I just do to myself? Yep. I just seriously did that to myself. Okay, be a string for now. I can fix that into a f name when or if we're gonna ever get that to C++. Okay, Pixel is saying I'm confused to the issue you're seeing. So let me kind of show it from here. So as you can possibly see, there's a volume here in front, right? But we'll also have a volume here. We'll have volume here on the side. And sometimes they will overlap, right? Depending on from which side of the building the player is, or then maybe which part of the building inside actually the player is, considering floors, considering other things, because, this could be, 50 floor building. When the player enters the thing, I could have a situation where I'm spawning 3 instances of the same level. And I need to keep track of things because both this and the other volume, they might be both requesting, for example, those 2 corner rooms. Like this one, and maybe this one. Because if you're somewhere here, you need to have that loaded. And if you're somewhere here, you need to have that loaded. And therefore, when you leave one volume, go to another, I need to keep track basically per room, for a specific room, how many volumes are currently requesting this to be loaded and unloaded only when none of them are requesting it. And I don't want to be polling, going through all the volumes in the map every tick or every some time, because there could be thousands of them. And that would be slow. So what I figure out is that I have some kind of little manager that has a map of unique names. So you can think of that, like in real world, each building would have its ID, address, which floor, then which apartment, and then maybe which room. And those will be the instances, and those will be the names, the unique name of the room, because right now in this building, this and that and this and that, these are all the same instances, right? I don't need to track per frame, but I also don't want to iterate over anything. I need to track over leaving volume and entering. Because imagine that we have this volume and that volume. So when I enter this volume on the right, I'm loading the room. When I'm still inside that volume, I go over another one. Suddenly 2 two volumes, I need to keep track that two volumes are requesting this thing. So when I leave this volume, I am still inside of this one. So that list gets shorter, but the room still needs to be maintained in memory. And only then, when I leave, when list of those, when I leave this volume, it's gonna say, hey, I don't need it. List of volumes requesting this specific room goes down to 0, and then I can basically unload the room because I know, okay, nobody is loading it anymore. I can safely unload it. And I also have a timeout there, so let's say for 2 seconds, 2 extra seconds are gonna be loaded there, just in case player decides to turn around and get back in. So basically per room, but each room needs to have its unique identifier. In this case, I want it to be a name because I can easily generate it and have it, kind of defined in those volumes. So that's why in BP Manager we have list of levels where by name we store the actual level. And what I want now is that when I define those levels, I have name to specify that this volume needs to load room 2 in that apartment and room 3. And these will be two different names for two instances, but the same level path because they load the same asset. So yeah, that kind of stuff. So now inside the string volume, when I request level, I'll need to give it name and level path. So let's do that. Name and then add another one, which will be level path. Okay. So this is gonna make more sense now. Okay. It's like a resource path. So check if present in map. So we check by the unique name of the room if it's already in a map. If it's in a map, we just add this specific volume to the list of volumes and call it a day because it was already loaded. And while it's not present, we need to create new instance, spawn it, and this will be not from level name, this will be level path, really. It's a silly name. And after we spawn it, we do a bunch of stuff, blah, 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 and we add it to the list that we reference the key by the name, not just the resource. Okay, so that's good. That got fixed quickly. Then we have discard, which is kind of just notifying that the volume is not referencing, should be renamed, but this just needs the level name. So that's that. Great. And this will all operate on names as well. We don't need anything else. Good. So when we do this, we just plug this in and that should be it. Okay, good. Good. I think we're gonna be able to test it in a second. I think. So that's for going, begin overlap, but let's also do the on actor end overlap. And we're gonna have it the same way. We just bind it. Screw this ugly thing. Okay, there we go. So here, when we end the overlap, we do something very similar. We check if it's a player, which I'm not 100% sure if I'm actually checking correctly right now, but we'll figure out. We actually can do something like print string started overlap. Ended overlap end. Okay, just like that. And this one will be overlap start. Just so that we can make sure that we're actually doing what we're supposed to. So now, if we finish the overlap, right? The player exited the volume. We basically need to go over all the levels that we have and simply say, hey, discard those instead of request levels. So we're gonna grab serial manager, discard level, and for each level, we just specify the name. break it, and that's the name, and requester is just reference to self. There we go. Okay, okay, this could work. Could. All right. So yeah, I'm tracking entering and leaving the volume. I just need to track which room, how many times is whatever referenced or something. So that's good. So now, what happens if I'm gonna replace this thing? Replace selected actor with streaming volume. Volume? Nope. Okay. So we're gonna just recreate them from scratch using our fancy blueprint. And another fun fact is I could actually make dynamic, you know, within the level that's being spawned. For instance, I could have additional instances of those blueprints that are gonna spawn themselves and do other stuff. Interesting. So where's my blueprint? Do I still have it? VP streaming volume. Okay. Let's try that. I'm gonna plop it somewhere here and of course give it some kind of extent if I can find those options. Hopefully they will be here. Please be here. Oh, world settings, that's why. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have this thing. And let me just grab a single level. I'm just gonna grab this thing, plop it here. And I just want this specific thing to be spawned whenever I get in this volume. So if I manage to select it, I have levels. I can add a level and specify the name, which will be, I don't know, room 1. That will be the unique name. And then we have the level path, which I'm not happy about. But can I just do something like maps, rooms, apartment 1, right click, asset, localization ID? No. How do I get the name? Copy object path? Is that it? Looks like that's it. Okay. And now location that I would like to spawn it at. Can I copy this? Yes, I can. So we paste it here. And rotation will be just 0, right? 180. Okay. So if I'm gonna delete that and play the game, let's see if it crashes. I go here and I collide with the volume. Oops. That didn't work. Okay, volume. Collision component. Collisions. What the hell? Giant overlap events. Yeah. Collision preset. Pawn. Overlap. Is there like overlap all? Overlap all dynamic? Overlap only pawn. Oh. This overlap only pawn. There we go. Let's try it again. Go here. Play. Go in that tile. And I overlapped it. Nothing's happening. Okay. And we don't have anything printed out, so we know that there's something not right. Okay. Let's figure it out. The fun of collisions. So is this the problem with some collision or with something else? Because we have event actor begin overlap here for some reason. Why do we need to register them here? What the heck? Component. Oops. Pixel Shake TV is asking, what is your pawn collision profile? That's a good question. It's a standard first person thingy. So we have collisions on this thing set or somewhere else. Animation, mesh, actor tick, component tick, clothing, blah, collision. Should hit events when the object collides during physics simulation, blah blah. Generate overlap events. Ooh. On the capsule, you say. Alright. As you can see, you're dealing with a person that doesn't know what they're doing. Collision. I have generate overlap events. Collision preset pawn. Yeah. It's a pawn. Ignore, block, and everything else is, yeah. But that should generate overlaps too, right? What if I'm going to do, just for fun, this thing, wait, collision component, overlap all. Nope. Nada, nothing. This should be fine. Something tells me this is something wrong with how I set up the thing. Because this is not just an actor. This is actor that's basically box collider. So what I think what we could do in theory is get our string volume, delete those things because they don't matter at this very moment, okay? And because we take it from, go away trigger box, because we just did the trigger box, right? So let's do class settings. Let's just make it an actor. Reparent, please. There we go. And just add volume. Trigger? No. Box collision. Okay. We had a box extend and everything, and I wonder if we have access to that. We should, I believe. I mean, it was supposed, that one there was supposed to generate overlap events, yes. And the capsule generates those as well. But now the box. Generate overlap events. Overlap all, okay? And here I can just say on component big overlap, there we go. And on actor end overlap, wait a moment. On component begin overlap, overlap component, oh dear. Wait a moment, this is confusing. On component head, begin overlap, that's for components. Then we have input, and we don't have that anymore. So a component begin and end overlap. Is that gonna be different? I think that's what I was usually using while I was doing some weird actor thing. Overlap component, get actor, get owner of this thing. This is the thing. The components provide you with the actor. It's fine. Other actor is the thing overlapping. It's already there, mate. Oh, the other actor. Yeah. I don't know why I'm thinking like other is like something else, but yeah, it doesn't make sense. Thank you for helping out with that. As you can see, I'm avoiding learning in depth, focusing on the first, right? But, oh, there's a but there. Get player pawn, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we might be blocking here on a get player pawn, right? Because we're getting pawn while here I'm doing actor. I mean, in theory. Let's just do this. At least I'll know one of them. But oh, shoot. There was a tiny one here somewhere. I probably missed it already. So this thing, box, extends, make it big. Okay. And tall. There we go. So I want to go a little bit in this direction. Play. Overlap start. There we go. And end. And when it ended, it didn't disappear the thing. When it started, it showed up once. Okay. There we go. I guess it just doesn't want to end being displayed. Which is fine. We'll fix that. We got some bug there. So it should be 2 seconds, it should be gone. The player pawn is fine. That will pass that equals check. Yep. So you want to save the player reference to make sure you're not already in or out. The player pawn is fine. That will pass. You think I'm loading fee overlapping? That could be interesting. So now we've got the volume that works, so I'm happy about that part. Let me just straight up get rid of this whole thing. We don't need those ugly prints. There we go. So when I do request level, the moment we actually load the level instance, the error, but here we can just say print loading instance, exclamation mark. I think it's gonna be only once. So let's try that. I'm gonna jump here and we have loaded instance. Really? I call it loaded? Oh, loaded. Look at that. I start loaded instance. Go away. Go inside. It doesn't load it anymore because it's loaded. We just have a problem with leaving it and basically saying, hey, not loaded anymore. And something tells me we are trying to do that, but what is failing is my attempts at changing the set. And Pixel Shake is saying, I think it loaded in a few overlapping because it's each component. Yeah, it just does it once. So if the player had a gun, model, and a VFX or a camera, everything that overlaps would trigger the begin overlap and pass because it's on the same actor. Okay. Possible things to happen. Right now it shouldn't matter. It will try to add it, but it will be the same name and the same, yeah, it will be basically the same name, so it's gonna just ignore it. But for sure, thank you for pointing that out. It could be interesting to do that. I could probably just have it to a specific, you know, filter it out to a specific component or something that actually matters or whatever. So yeah, that's good. All right. Cool. So now, why don't we discard? So we have this thing, and let's just put a little debug print string. Unloading. Okay. We'll compile, save, and see if we even get stuff. Loaded instance. And I go here and says unloading. Okay, so it executes the unloading. That's good. here. So unloading runs. That's good. So we find the thing by the name. And if we found it, we remove it. So something tells me that even if I get this volume and remove the instance of that actor, and let's just add a boolean, and if it's gonna be true, it's gonna print removed actor, whatever, removed actor, and here will be not removed actor. Okay, and this way we can just continue on. I mean, I'm kind of saving it here, so what the heck? Let's see. So I go here and do bam, removed actor. Okay, I go in again and removed, because this should be added and removed. So I'm removing that actor. So, let's go to the event graph, because here I do stuff every tick. At least for now, every tick. It could be on an interval, which would be more fun. But here we basically check the length. And if the length is 0, we should be doing things. So if true, I'm just going to print there is something to unload. Okay, and we should be just bathing in a number of those, because we start, there's nothing. When we load the thing, right, it should be still fine. The moment I leave, it should be spamming with there's something unload, but apparently not. Apparently the set the volumes is not 0. What is going on? Pixel says, I don't know if you tried it with blueprints, but you can add breakpoint and step through and see the values. Yeah, I could. And that's the part where I'm like, easier in code, but I know. So let me just think if it makes sense. I just want to see if I need to inspect it here or somewhere else. Because I wonder if I could inspect this value here. So can I add a breakpoint here? Toggle breakpoint. Okay. I mean, it's gonna be instantly unhappy. So what happens if I'm just gonna run here? Bam. For each loop, there's nothing in a loop to go through, right? I go here and now it's like that. And it's gonna be like that forever. Oh, okay, I see. Come on. Because I need to go back now. Come on. Can I just add it during runtime? Because I'm gonna toggle a breakpoint, right? I'm gonna go back here, remove the actor. Was F8 or something? Yeah. And now toggle breakpoint. And it's already broken. I would need to watch it, right? Or something. Watch this value. Watching set of... Nope, I guess it doesn't like loops. Yeah, it just says there's no debug data. Let me do it this way. I'm gonna toggle this breakpoint. I'm gonna keep this thing here. And I'm gonna play here on a side. Where on earth am I? Oh dear God. I want to play from here. Oh. Where's my player start? You thing, go away. Here's my player start. You player start, go somewhere, because this weird pie didn't seem to like the fact that I'm starting from a specific point. Okay, good. So let's go here. I have this in theory monitored. I'm just starting this thing. I load it and then so in theory it's running, right? Oh, I can't do that now. Yeah, there's like no data to monitor. Return value 1. Watch this value. It says 1. There's always 1 in there. I mean, it should be changing multiple times a second if we had multiple volumes. So something tells me this thing isn't getting cleared correctly when we do this. Because I could just say, you know, where the hell was it? In our event graph. What if I'm just gonna say no and print this specific number? Because it should be executing many times, right? We go in here, we see ones because there's just 1, and we exit and it's still 1. That's our problem. We're messing something up when we leave. So on discard level, what are we doing here? We find a level, right? That's good. If we found it, it's good. If false, let's just do, I mean, we know that we called something here, right? Because we have the print or something. Oh, we don't have it here, huh? Let's just do print string here. Failed to find level to discard. That's thing number 1. Let's just try it. Because I want to know if that's the error. Nope, it just removed it properly. So that's not the case. So that's fine. So what we're doing here is we find that specific level that we need to discard. We break it apart, right? And then we remove element from the volume, from that set, which right now says remove the actor or not remove the actor. Right now it always says that, okay, we removed the actor correctly from the set. And then we added by constructing it again. But I wonder if, I mean, it should be a reference to a set, so we should be able to properly set it here. So what the heck? Do I seriously need to go and say, you know what, find it again, because one time get reference wasn't enough? Really? And then I break it. And then I connected with the new and saved one or whatever. If that's gonna work, it's gonna be truly stupid. Nope, didn't work. What the heck? Screw you, sets. Unreal Engine. modify set in struct. How to change one item in a structure. Use the set members instruct. Node. You then must select the node and toggle which properties you want to set. Okay, let's see if that actually works, because when I looked at last time, it was kind of like, nope. Remove it, and what? I mean, that's just to change one thing, but how about set? Set members instruct solution. Okay, that's just set array. Modify array. Updating array of struct. No. Variables within a struct array. Adding an array within a struct array. Am I doing it right? No pictures. Updating an array inside a structure inside an array. Exactly. Try to update an array that's inside a structure that's also inside an array. However, it doesn't seem to be updating as I'd expect. Is there something wrong with the way I'm doing this? The process is completing as I have pointed, blah, 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 blah. So, could you try storing the objectives completed array from the struct break node in the local variable before adding objective index to it? I said that like availability. When you manipulate objects in an array, it gets a copy of the item. This means that once you edit that item, you need to put it back into the same index from which it came. Yeah. That's what we're calling add in here. This set, whatever. Can I just do it? Promote to local variable. Okay. I'm just gonna get that set as a local variable. All right. Then we're gonna remove it from that set. And then when we're creating this stuff, we don't need another find. We already have instance of it. Bam. And the volume will be that one that we just saved. So in theory, we should be fine. Yes. Yes. Success. Partial success. Okay. And you can see that all the notifications went away after 2 seconds because we removed it. Yeah, so the weird situation that I encountered here is that this whole stream manager, it has a variable levels, which is a map. Its purpose is that it keeps track of instances that are being requested to be loaded currently in the map. So it could be, you know, room 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 need to be loaded, right? And for it stores the, you know, stores them as a map of the key, which is the room name, and the volume, which is this F stream something. Let me find it. Which is F streamed level. So what it stores for each name then, like what needs to be requested, is the actual reference to the instance of the level in the world, the one that we just instanced. How much time is left for it to be loaded in a level if there are no more references to it, and the list of volumes that are currently requiring it to exist. So the moment that we start removing those volumes, that when the player leaves, you know, all the volumes that were requested this volumes set suddenly is empty. And only when it's empty, we start a timer to delete the level, unload it when that timer gets down to 0. That's simply so that, when the player goes back and forth, we just near the edge of the volume, it's just not going to be loading, unloading nonstop. It's just going to wait 2 seconds. But the thing is that we have these volumes. It's a set of actors. And it's a set so that, I can keep adding and duplicates won't show up. Okay? I'll always have one. It's the question, but what's the difference between sets and arrays? So an array doesn't matter if you're how many instances of the same thing added, because I can add the same actor 5 times. Like, an actual actor from the level. Like I could add this level during runtime 500 million times. While the set, what it does, it basically, when you ask it to add something, it checks first if this thing is already present. If it's already present, it doesn't add it again. So it guarantees that whatever you're trying to add is going to be only once in there. And this way, I can just, have less blueprint stuff. It's faster. You could replicate that functionality of arrays is just more painful. That's it. So it basically works like an array, yeah. But what is the actor it's adding to the set? So it's the actual volume that is requesting. And because I'd expect actor to be a blueprint. Yeah, in this case, it's a blueprint. It could be something else. Right now, I have it just whatever actor there is. But it's the volume. So when the volume goes and begin overlap begins, right? After the check if this is the actual player, we get our streaming manager, which is just a blueprint. And for each level, we basically request level. And besides, what's the name of the room, which model, whatever, which level to load and where, we also provide self, instance to self as a reference. Oh, blue pin, this one is a soft object reference. That's why it's this brighter pin. This is just, this allows it to be whatever. This allows this actor when it gets deleted or maybe partially returned from, but that's not your reference. The soft object, though, isn't the object and the lever, right? So the soft object is a reference, is the way it differs from a normal reference is that if that normal reference is referencing some kind of blueprint or maybe some model or level or something else, as long as that reference exists, Unreal Engine can't really fully unload things. I don't know how much it actually is regarding some things like level or whatever, but basically it can't unload everything from memory because it's a hard reference, therefore it expects, okay, something's still looking at it. I have it marked as deleted, but I can, actually delete it. While with soft object reference, it allows you to do that. The only thing is that you basically can check if it's valid or it's not, whatever, something like that. It's a soft object reference, so it basically allows Unreal Engine to unload things because it knows that if something's gonna try to go through that, it will be just, gone. And pixel shake TV means, it can't work on a soft object to modify in the loaded active object in the world, right? You can, because from that reference, you can still get a reference. It's just you're supposed to call is valid first to check if it actually references to something or maybe not anymore. That's pretty much it. Because if it doesn't exist anymore, you're gonna get errors. It basically doesn't prevent the engine from unloading it. And here's just requester, so it's just the requesting volume. And that's what's added to the set. Yeah, so I made it as a soft reference in case there's a situation that those volumes that are requesting some rooms are actually loaded as part of other rooms. So I don't have a situation where, let's say, I requested some level to be unloaded, and the volume being somewhere existing is preventing it from being fully unloaded or whatever. Some weird stuff. I just feel safer about it. I have no actual actual data to say that this is a valid solution or not, but it just makes me feel safer. And later I can add some logic that basically checks that, hey, while you're checking if there's nothing in here, also from time to time check those lists and remove all the invalid references or whatever to clean up or whatever. But that's for the future. For now, we have the problem that, yes, we removed the thing. We found that we got to the point where we set the unload time, that's it, and even a graph, okay? We got to this point. There is something to unload. And let's get rid of that part. And let's get rid of the part that says how many things we need to delete or whatever. Let's get rid of those watched values because we don't have to anymore. And what matters is that basically this updating time works somehow. So can we do this thing? Print. Actually deleting. Okay. I want to go to this point where we have the thing with actual deleting, where I'm trying to call unload level instance, which I don't know if it actually properly works. So we get in here. It's here. I go away. It says removed actor. And actual deleting just started up. Okay, so that worked. And now load an instance and remove the actor. Actual deleting. Failed to something. Oh, look at that. Because we loaded instance, remove the actor, and loaded, actually deleted. Interesting that there was some weird stuff that I was going. Failed to discard. Not remove the actor, not remove the actor. Okay, we've got some weird shenanigans going on there. But why doesn't it remove the level? And at this point, I think we actually have multiples in here. Ay. Can I go F8 and... Now at the liner, was there a way to inspect this stuff in the real time, or is it already showing? Yeah, here is already showing. This thing, it just shows wall segment 18. Wait, does it show what I have selected? Yeah, we have few of those loaded. What the heck? Pixel Shake says because when you keep going in and out, you're stacking up the size of the array. I'm stacking up the size of the array. But I don't have an array. That's the thing. I'm operating on sets. They should guarantee that there, no matter how many times I'm gonna try to add that volume, it's gonna be there only once. And the other thing is a map by the names, so again, there will be no duplicates. Yeah, so when I'm adding something, I'm adding it to the map with the same key every time. Therefore, I'm just overriding the reference, which might be something here. Yeah. Yeah, let's take a peek at that. But not really, because so when we request the request level, right? The first thing we're doing, we're checking if this thing is already present in the map. If it's already present in the map, what I'm doing is I'm grabbing that set and adding element to it. And that somehow worked. That's just no problem worked somehow. And that's it. We just added to an existing element that, hey, there is something there. And that's it. Well, only if it didn't exist in the map yet, only then we go into spawning and doing all the other stuff. So the thing is that at some point in our event graph, when we're deleting, we have actual deleting, and then we're checking if the level instance is valid. So we might have a situation where it's not valid anymore. Let's just print string level instance is not valid. And that might be our problem. Because I want the basics to work first. Where the hell am I? Okay. I'm going here, remove the actor, and actually deleting. And we didn't get anything, no problems. So this unload level instance is just not working. Does nothing and the target does not implement the required interface. I mean, I set it on a level instance, right? Unload? Nope. Here. Unload. Unload level instance, yeah. Sync unload. Blah, blah, blah. And Pixel Shakti says the problem is when it's actually deleting and you re-enter. Yeah, but actually deleting should be running on a frame. You know, just single frame. I don't think I was able to cross it exactly on the same frame. That would be nuts, especially several times. Remember, that's 60 frames per second. And then those events would, because you know they are not multi-threaded. That event will happen either before the event graph or after it, which means that by that time it's already either marked as deleted or not. So yeah, I have the 2-second delay. Yeah, but you know, if I'm gonna go to here, we have the actual deleting, right? So we check is valid and we call unload level instance, which I think is a good decision, right? It just doesn't run it no matter when. I mean, it runs it, but nothing happens. So Unreal Engine, dynamic level streaming. Wasn't there like a little something I saw at some point? This one. Loading a level instance in Blueprint. Load level instance, yep, by name. Oh, object reference, that's good. Yeah, level streaming instance, there we go. Should be visible, should be loaded. Ooh, should be loaded, we can set to no. For instance, if we wanted level to be loaded but not visible, we could manipulate some of its properties to do so. Should be visible, should be loaded. Okay. We can also register to when the level will actually finish loading, as this will use Unreal streaming capabilities to not hitch the game thread. But this means that it may take some more time to load because we can load synchronously. So yeah, level streaming instance on level shown event. Can also register to when the level will actually finish loading. Okay. Usually, but how to delete it? Come on. Room or piece. Yeah. Well, there's about loading, but there's not about unloading. So reloaded, but not visible. And Pixel Shake TV says, have you tried the set is requesting a removal instead of the message? Yeah, so let's try that. Set, and it just goes for a wrong end. Set, requesting unload and removal. We're gonna say yes, right? Huh. You go away. It's gonna save there for later. It's not like works or anything. Where are we? Here. Play. Loaded. And actually deleting. Actually delete it. Bam. 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 Failed to find level to discard. Huh. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Because I have a weird way of adding those things. Okay, I see. So loaded, removed. Again, not loaded anymore. So there's some bug where when I re-add something to the thing, it keeps counting down for some reason. So on the event graph, every frame, we check how many volumes there are. And only then when it's none, we are actually progressing the timer. So when we basically go down to 0, nothing really changes other than timer went down a little bit. And then we have the request level again. I mean, it's still present in the map, so that should be fine. And it should add the thing. So something tells me this part isn't working, where we modify it. So let's try to do this weird trick again, where we get the set. We're just going to promote it to local variable so that we actually save it locally as a separate set. Then we're going to add to that local variable set. And only after that, we're just going to grab our levels. And we're just going to do add as in set. The same key. And we just need to rebuild our struct. Working with structs is painful. So what? Level instance. Sure, time left is fine because it doesn't matter. And this is our set. So let's see if this actually fixes our issue. Started with the level, went away. Back. We're back and doesn't disappear. Leave. We're back. Does not disappear. We go back here. Bam. 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 Now when I go back and forth, it should be absolutely fine. Okay, so that was just the silly struct stuff that's extra hard with blueprints. Okay, sure. Woo. And thanks for your help with some of the things. So I go here, and bam, it disappears from me. That's awesome. That means it should work. So now let's do something else. what I'm going to do, can I kind of visualize them, those volumes, because they're just not very cooperative. Is there something on the box where I say visible in the game or something? Physics, collision, rendering, hidden game, let's turn off. And therefore, yes, now we can see it. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's gonna help so much. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna straight up make a copy of it. That's in here. And there's this area where we have an overlap. Okay, this little area of overlap. And that means that at some point we should be able to have both of them pointing, and it shouldn't unload unless we leave both. So I go here to the right one, it loads it. Go away, it unloads. I go here, it loads it. I go away, unloads it. There we go. I go here, it's good. I go in here, it's good. I move to this one, so I left this one, but it still has an instance, right? Only when I leave them all, it's actually unloading. Okay, that works flawlessly. Awesome. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Hidden in game. Yep, thank you. There's a lot of lag. Alrighty. Okay, I'm excited. So now in theory, we could try to do something with that. But the way I would like to do it is a little bit different. Because I would like to just be able to just, you know, design it here and have them all load that instead of me and copy pasting million things, because I'll have a lot of those. I would like to have like a temporary one where I can just point it in an object in a world and it can figure out what it is. Like, you know, on begin play, it's gonna just look at the levels, and in the next frame, it will basically delete all those and rely on the volumes instead. But how on earth do I do that? Because that would help a lot of prototyping. Okay, so I would need to have a separate list of things. So Pixel Shake says nice bounds. Yeah. So let's think about it. I could go into the streaming volume and add a new. This time it will be just an array. Pixel Shake, so you get the bounds locations at the extents and then set that as a volume extends. Oh yeah, I could do that inside the volume. That's not exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say is that I want to link manually created volumes to specific actors for testing. And then when the game starts, it marks it down as, okay, this is that actor that I need to add here. That's its name. So I get the name. That's the path of the level instance to actually load. And then delete like the prototype. So you can think that whatever we see here in the level, all those instances, this is like my template that then is gonna be taken by volumes that I just defined. I think it's gonna be easier to just see it. So new variable. So now I would like to basically have it as actor. Actor soft object reference. Let's do that. Okay, I'm gonna make it visible. I'm gonna rename it to template instances. Compile it and I save it. So I could in theory say, I'm just gonna make it like a new one where I'm going to maybe expand it to be this size. Well, that's sure. Good enough size. Height-wise, we need it higher. Okay. And I also want it a little bit larger here. There we go. So something like this. And I want to basically go into my streaming volume and go template instances. I want to add, and I want to pick, for example, oh, it points to a wall segment. Oh no. Oh no. What is this? Level instance. Is there something like level instance? Level instance. There is level instance. And let's make it soft object reference. Okay, I'll recompile it. So now my volume, I can go and say that this here is Oh, I can pick from here. Building demo map, and I have those. Okay, that's some kind of progress. Select actor in a viewport. You select the actor from the level editor. Yeah, I just have this one. Oh. Seriously? Okay, so I can't do this, but I just go and say that it's room apartment 1? No. I would need to have two separate details, right? Control Alt. Yeah. Wasn't there option of multiple ones? Because I could just say this one, please lock on this thing. Window details 2. There we go. There's our details 2. So we have this one, and can we just do... Huh. Yep. That linked this one. Okay. Good. So for example, I could also link up this room to load as another element, and this facade here, because sure. Right, so now I pointed out that I want those 3, but what I want to happen is that when the game starts, this volume will extract the names of those objects, of those instances, and what level they're pointing at, you know, the path of the resource, add them to the levels list where we keep track of those things, like what location, what rotation, or the level path and name. They will extract that and delete the actual existing things, so that then we can start from, like, you know, scratch as we approach, as if that was never here. That's my plan. Pixel Shake says the thing I was working on was non-Euclidean, so it was actually a lot easier in some ways because I built with the expectations of things overlapping in space. Yep. Harder and easier at the same time. But yeah, non-Euclidean stuff is awesome in games. Absolutely awesome. Anti-chamber is like the best example in my opinion. I don't think I played any other game that was as good as Anti-Chamber when it comes to non-Euclidean stuff. Okay, so we've got that, macros go away, and now the volume. So what I would like to do is go to on begin play. And let's see what we can get out of those template instances. So we're gonna get this, and we do 4 each, right? Come on. For each. Okay. So we got our template instances. So is valid soft object reference. There we go. So if it's valid, we're gonna go on. Okay. So that's basically it. And then let's continue with our soft object reference, and we can basically get primary asset ID from soft object. Huh? Primary asset? No. Come on. Get? What the heck's going on? Resolve soft reference. Oh, there we go. So now we have level instance object reference. Get actor transform, location, all that's fine. Name, right? Get object name, that's good. Get object path string. Returns the full path to a specified object? No. Can I get level? Get level. Turns U level? No. Get load level, suggest owner. Get path? Get system path, get object path. Returns a full file system path to U object. Returns full path to a specified object as string, object path. No, how can I extract the actual level? Get loaded level. That's gonna just return level object. Get name. If object name. Huh. Level. Loaded. Get owner. What does it look like here in the inspector? Maybe that's in a whatever details. Level, and it points at the thing. So in theory, we have level. And how does what? Pixel Shake, that was my inspiration. My first test was the blue and red stairs. Oh, nice. The classic. Yep, that was a really such a simple concept, yet sometimes it's just like, you know, for the first time just blows your head like, oh wow, I never thought about there being a third option, right? Yep. Just the simplicity of it, it's just so good. All right, so what the hell was going on? Level. So we have this variable level, and that returns what level instance? So we kind of already have that, right? What the heck? Let's see. Unreal Engine, get level name or path. Current level name, hierarchy, by folder, get name, game path. It's a blueprint that returns editor. The same thing as get project directory. So maybe it is just a name, right? I mean, the file name, the package name, like this, I can create BP node where there's no, but presently, if there isn't a get level name node of some type, I suppose one way you could get is, so get level name. Maybe we have that. Get name. Is there get level name? No, there's get object name. Get level. Get name. Again, just object name. So let's just compare those. Okay? On the start, we're just gonna do this and get object name, and will be object path string. So let's just do that. Print string. The first one will be this get object level. Then we're gonna get the get name as in get object path string. Okay. And then we're gonna have one more, which will be this thing. And we'll see if there are any differences, or get name as in this thing. I mean, in theory, they should be all the same. Or whatever. I don't know what to expect. Play. Nothing. What? Blueprint runtime error. Accessed none. Trying to read property. Blah, blah, blah. Ooh. What? What none? I mean, it's valid, and only then we're gonna get that right. So what the heck am I doing? I never connected a path string. Yes, thank you. Huh. But that shouldn't be the problem, right? Yeah, we just got a bunch of nonce. On print string, this one. Oh, interesting. So these went through saying none, while this one didn't like it. Access none, trying to read property. Dynamic cast as level instance. Yay. This one and this one. And only those. How interesting. So get level is just like, nope. I'm out. You get nothing. Well, those just happily return no or none, right? So those objects stop existing? Like, what? It's because you're getting a level. Yeah. What I'm trying to do is get a, like this says L room apartment 4321. It's like a wrapper that has a name that has all those actual objects inside. So like each instance has its own separate name here. At least in the outliner. I don't know, it transforms magically into something else when I'm actually starting to play. So that's one thing. And the other thing is that then when I have this thing referenced, I also want to get the path for the level itself somehow, which again, I cannot find. So we've got the level instance object reference. That one's fine. But it has no object name and nothing. Get level transform. Print it. I mean, I can't print it, right? Oh, maybe I can. Play. Nothing printed. Because I didn't connect it. What kind of transforms did I get? Nothing. Okay, so it's just not happy about it. Where am I referencing them? I'm just straight up. I have selected this actor and this level where I have added them as 3 of them. this one here, this one, and this one. So it's referencing them inside of this level that I have those loaded. So that's the thing. I guess I'll just need to do it manually, which is really, really, really painful to think about. But ultimately, it might be just faster. Because next step after that is trying to figure out how to connect those things relatively easily. Pixel Shake TV says, I think you're just giving them the levels, not the instances, the U maps. I mean, it's type level instance, so that's interesting. It's an actual type level instance. But yeah, it might just be some simplified version of it. Who knows? Yeah. So I'm gonna go here, level instance. It's class, level instance, parent class actor. So what is the level instance? Level instance. A class, please. In all places. It's just load failed. What? Oh, I see why. Because I haven't saved it. So let's just save everything. Close the editor. I started making this little thingy. Where is it? Source. Wait, not engine source. This thing. Huh? Where's the file I was editing? It's gone. Let's just close it and start it up again. It's gonna take a while to load everything because it needs to analyze everything and whatnot. Okay, loads failed again. Editor, yeah. Can I build a thing or something? Build solution, please. Build succeeded. What the heck? What the heck's going on? Why is it failing to load? Strange things are happening. And I can't just run it, which is another interesting thing. Oh, and our engine always brings, gets some trouble when I try to do something. This thing. Open up your project and let's see if this starts up even. Would you like to rebuild them now? Yes. Is it rebuilding or something? Yeah, there's some weird stuff. Okay, at least it's starting to build. That's progress. Okay. So while this is building, I'm just gonna run to the bathroom. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. And we have a lovely could not be compiled. Try building from source manually. What the heck? Generate Visual Studio project files. Okay. Let's generate the project files. Let's open a Visual Studio. Maybe Writer has some trouble for some who knows what reason. Okay, that was regenerated. I don't think we have a nice open Visual Studio button, so let's get Visual Studio. And I have, looks like I have installed Visual Studio. Okay, that's progress is good. I didn't even know for sure that I have Visual Studio. Looks like I was doing some stuff before. Oh yeah, all the weird stuff. So now let's open project or solution. Let's go to our Unreal Engine temporary projects and open it up. Okay. Let's see. And Pixel Shake TV says, so this is where code scares me. It's not the actual coding, it's the issues. Yeah. And Unreal Engine just, for what it is surprisingly resilient, but at the same time, there's just a bunch of things that like, nope. And now what it wants me to install. Seriously? What does it want me to install? Unreal Engine new project support and C++. Download size 3 megabytes. Okay, that's not bad. It would be fun if Unreal Engine actually switched compiler to something like Zig. That would be awesome. Guess it's complicated by working on in a thing you're actually coding. Yeah, I mean, C++ itself is easy when it comes to Unreal Engine, simplified a lot. At the same time, it's complicated because it's the Unreal Engine way. And yeah, you can have some weird issues because Unreal Engine just expects you to work in a specific way with things. And this looks like it loaded, at least, right? We have a bunch of stuff. Engine looks like it loaded. So what the hell are those? Configuration checks and everything. I don't like Visual Studio. Okay, looks like YouTube is restarting. Good. All right. Looks like we're nearing compilation. It says ready, but not this. This doesn't show as ready. Okay. Some errors. UHT module, blah, blah, blah. So there's our test class. I know that wow, that looks ugly. Ew. Wow. We get rid of our ustruct because it's not correct. Other than that, we save and we should be able to just development editor, right? Whatever. And I don't want a debugger. Just start without debugging. There we go. Oh, testing for latency. Yep, you can see it. As far as I know, Twitch has low video latency, but high chat latency. YouTube is the other way around. YouTube is like 10-second worse latency for video, but chat is way faster. Yeah, for me, it's like 2-3 seconds before I see your text on YouTube chat versus what I can see it on OBS when I'm recording. So, you know, the chat that I wrote, it basically pretends to be participant in the chat, I think. And then, yeah. YouTube reports 5 seconds, but it's more like 15 seconds. Yeah. Remember that this is also delay for the chat to show up for me. Because there's a little bit delay of when you send a message before YouTube actually vets it and figures out, okay, it's safe to show it. Then it actually sends it out everywhere, which shows in the chat. And a few seconds later, it actually shows as visible for the service that I wrote that reads the chat, that then renders it as a little part of the website, you know, above here. And then you're waiting for the video delay. It's a long way around. Okay, it started up. Okay, great. So that means I can go finally to the code, close this thing because I don't want Visual Studio, and somehow it didn't close this thing. And I can go to refresh writer your project file. I can open it in software that I actually enjoy using. Okay, the video is like 6-7 seconds ahead. Interesting. I guess, yeah, I think with live streams, it's like over time it accumulates delay, depending on dropped frames and whatnot. I think something of that sort. And, you know, gets off sync. The problem with Twitch is that if I'll disable it, it kind of stops the whole stream. Although it wouldn't matter that much, I think. I don't know. Okay, so we've got that. Did I just start the Open New Writer Your project? Come on. Loaded. Where is it? Okay, we're here. Loads fail for some reason. Huh. Very interesting how suddenly this specific project is failing. Maybe the version 5.5 of the editor is just incompatible. While Visual Studio being more official, it doesn't have a problem. Okay, last try. I'm just gonna open up the Visual Studio again. At least it remembers the thing. Maybe it's gonna be a little bit faster now. And let's just try to find the class here. Go away with configuration thing. Don't want output here. Go away. Okay. Control T. Please. Will you work? I think it's still loading the project. It just doesn't show you anywhere that is loading anything. Level instance. Please find it. Instance editor. Runtime level instance. We have actor, level instance actor. Level instance interface. But do we have just a header file somewhere? Huh. Yeah, there's no just one simple level instance, and that's it. Yep. It's all very complicated. Something I am not... like level instance actor, right? Do we have like something like navigate to the header file or something? Because where is it defined? Go to. No. No. I think there's just one key to just flip between those. Toggle header code file. Oh, there we go. So level instance actor. Okay. So yeah, this is way too much. Can delete selected actor. Blah blah blah. Yep. Nope. Not touching that. Too much. So I think because I have only probably like half an hour left, we're just gonna manually check a few things and we'll see how that goes. So we have our building demo map. So I could try searching for dynamic level. I don't think it's gonna be, no. It's just level instance, yeah. Everywhere listed as level instance. But it's fine, it's fine. So let's just delete that functionality that does not work with something a little bit more manual but possibly working. So we click on this thing. Wait. String volume. We get rid of this begin thing. Alright. None of that. And now we just get rid of this part. Compile, save, and we're good. Okay. So this thing, we need to basically specify what goes where. And first of all, I can just grab this outer shell because I want the outer shell to be visible every time I'm on all outside walls. So we're gonna do, we have building facade. Well, this one has selected, wait, lock this one while I'm looking at the building facade. Okay. So levels, we add one level. Name will be facade. Level path we get to, location. Copy. Oh, shift right click. Ah, look at that. And shift left click. There we go. Oh, that's so much nicer. Okay, it's gonna be actually, and I can copy the whole thing. Okay, that's awesome. So level path. How the heck do I find the level path? We find it here. Right click. Copy object path. There we go. So it's an object path. Really? Oh, but it was empty in the case where I wanted to put it. Oh well. And I just place it here. Okay. So that means that I could just oh, I can't select that. No, I can. Okay. So I want another one that loads that facade as well. And I want another one that loads the facade. Okay. And one last one on this side. There we go. Perfect. I can get rid of those two small ones. And in theory, I could remove the facade, right? Bam. Or I'm just gonna... Sure. Delete it. Save. And play. I go here and loads the facade. I go away. It unloads it. Perfect. Okay. And in theory, I should go in and as I'm inside the building, it shouldn't display it. Great. Okay. And that will work no matter where around the facade I am. Okay. I can see it being somewhat easily generated dynamically. Like sides of the facade of the building, generate them, this and that, and that's it. Good. So it was level streaming dynamic. But anyway. Streaming dynamic. Level streaming dynamic. What's that? Dynamically controlled streaming implementation. Oh, so this is like the whole system, right? It's U level streaming. So, oh, what is U level streaming? It's a new object, abstract base class of container object as encapsulating data required for streaming and providing interface. Okay. Bunch of structs on this, and then we have package name, world assets, streaming priority, package name to load. Yeah, this is not something we have, I think, in there. Although there's a level transform. Actors after loading, yep. Okay. Huh. I'll look into that, but eventually I know that I won't be using it because this will be generated automatically. And during generation, I already know what to, let's say, show or something. So now let's start adding more, right? Because we have this thing still selected, the level string volume 3. So now let's focus on this specific thing, this asset. I'm just gonna find it, copy the object path so that I can just copy paste it several times later. So we've got this guy, but we're gonna add now another one. And next one, paste the path. And we'll just say 1, 2, 3, 4. Clockwise, starting with this one. So this one will be apartment 1. All right. And now what is its location? Control right. Wait, shift right click. Shift right, shift left, right, and left. There we go. So we got this one. Can I duplicate this one? Yes. So this one's going to be apartment 2, which will be visible from this side of the building as well. So it's going to be this one. And that's going to be copy, paste, and rotation is the same. Okay, so those two are visible from this side. From this side, I also need to display this one. And in theory, this one. Okay, so those two. So this will be yet another asset. Copy. Object path. Okay, so we're gonna add another element, and this will be here, and this will be hallway 1. Okay, it's hallway 1. I'll just need to remember the names. But in theory, I could just rename it hallway 1. Okay, this will be, come on, hallway through 2, and this will be hallway 3. This one was apartment 1. This one was apartment 2, 3, and 4. Okay, just so that I can have some kind of quick reference. This is hallway 1. We have this. We just copy the location. Rotation stays 0. Great. And we can duplicate it. And this will be the hallway. Which one? Hallway 2. There we go. All right. And its location is this. And this will be the rotation. There we go. Beautiful. So in theory, those should spawn and despawn whenever we need to. Okay. And I'm just gonna approach instantly this one. So in theory, I could just add in, because I'll be using those two. 1, 2. Okay, so the first one will be just apartment 2. Okay, so we've got our facade, apartment 2, and we weren't printing this one out. But what I can do is just grab the hallway, paste it here, and this is gonna be hallway what? Come on, I want this thing. Click, lock. There we go. Ay. Hallway 3. Because remember, they need to stay the same name. Or they will multiply themselves. Okay. Location. Rotation, which is the same as 0, but whatever. Okay. We've got that part. So now we just need this one, which will be the apartment 3, but we can just duplicate the apartment 2. So this will be 3. And we just copy the location. There we go. And I think that's it for this side. Okay, this is going faster than I expected. And then we're gonna just unlock this one, grab this one, lock it here, or no. Let's grab this one, lock it here, and we're gonna be copying from this guy. So we need 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna be copying this apartment 1. Player start. Apartment 1, there we go. We paste it here. Then this is the hallway 2. 1, and this is hallway 2. There we go. Bam. Bam. So we got apartment 1, hallway 2, and we just need to grab our apartment 1 and make it into apartment 4. And copy the location and rotation. Lovely. And now finally we get to the last one. Oof. Okay, so we're gonna have, first of all, the apartment 4 going from the left, right? Apartment 4, copy, paste. Next, we're gonna have the hallway 2. Copy. And paste. Then we're gonna go to the hallway 1. Copy. Paste. Now we go to the hallway 3, I believe. Yep. Bam. And the last one will be the apartment 1-3 probably. Copy. Add. Paste. And that should be it. That should load whatever it is around that we need to. So in theory, I could just delete everything. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one more volume, which will be just inside. Come on, extends. What? Not this one. This one. And we want that only when we're like right close to them to start loading them all. So we're gonna go here and go somewhere here. Okay, good. So this should be a start. So this thing suddenly needs everything. Come on. This thing, please lock itself. Lock yourself here. So we've got apartment 4 and apartment 3. So we just need apartment 1. We can grab it from here and apartment 2. So apartment 1, paste, and apartment 2, paste. We've got all 3 of those already loaded, right? Hallway 3, hallway 1, and hallway 2. So, okay, that's it. So in theory, I can just go and delete everything, and this should be just working like magic. Play. Right? I approach, and bam. Got this thing. I go here, and we can see that some more stuff got loaded. I go away. Part got unloaded. I go here, I go load everything, and as I'm going away, things are getting unloaded. Beautiful. So now what I would like to change is simply grab all my volumes, prop them up a bit, and get myself some kind of quick floor to walk on. All right. So I can see it working from higher up. There we go. Just gonna do this. I'm just gonna copy the level 3 times just so that it works for us. There we go. Janky, but it works. No rotation, please. I want it to be as janky as possible. I'm gonna embrace the jank. All right, and last thing, we're gonna just plop it here. And I'm gonna put one that goes straight inside. Like, wait, I can scale the level? What? You can scale the whole level. Okay. I did not expect that. That's awesome. That means that we can just do that. And have it somewhat work. Somewhat is a keyword here. Okay, so I'm gonna start somewhere here. All the way up here. Okay, what is F11? There we go. And Alt P. There we go. We're still not high enough, but it should be visible that when we move here, something's unload, right? Something's unload. Now something's get loaded. What gets loaded here? Still hard to see. Huh. But yeah, that unloaded, and now we have all that. Okay, beautiful. So I think the system might work. Of course, the thing is that now it will need to be replicated to kind of start, you know, let's say this pattern should... what kind of game are you making, by the way? So what I'm making is something like Shadows of Doubt, because I'm really inspired by that game. Oh, and this loads everything. I go away, and it's gonna all start going away, right? Bam. And I'll go over here, and it's all gonna disappear. Oh wait, the facade is still visible. Oh no, that's not the facade, that's the other stuff. Stuff didn't load! Oh, because we need to be higher up. That's what it is. So let me roughly show you what I mean. So I'm gonna finish that. Let's make it not real time. Alright, let's close this thingy. I'm gonna finish off not in Unreal Engine, but on Steam. If it's gonna start up in time. Come on. Come on. Time played, and it's probably gonna start up on our screen. Of course. We're gonna fix it now in a second. Just the game starts up for a bit longer than I would want to. It's on Unity, so it's real slow. Come on, game. What the heck? Okay, this is new. Okay, alright. Settings, graphics, not exclude full screen. Can I make full screen window and just move it or something? Windowed. Let's plop it here. Full screen window. Now we're going. Let's see if it's visible on here. It is. Okay. So let me just get back to chat. And also, you're gonna do dynamic crime scenes. Possibly. I would like to play with that because I like management games and stuff. So I don't know how familiar with that. Have you played that game or have you watched some playthroughs of that game? I watched a design breakdown of it. Oh, design breakdown of it. Interesting. If you could link a video, that would be awesome. Because I would like to see a design breakdown for sure. But so what I like about this game is, of course, how it actually generates all the buildings, right? This is not a massive world. I know with Unreal Engine we can make something way larger. Yeah, I don't like the voxel style either, but it kind of makes the game harder here, in my opinion. Not for design like that. And Nanite doesn't like voxels because every time you have a hard edge, it needs to separate polygons there as a chunk. So I would like more smoothiness and, you know, go full Nanite, full lumen, and full mass lights. Because see all those windows? they all could be lights now, which excites me like a lot. Because like, yeah, night scene at night, sure, let's just shove all the lights however far you want to see. So what I really like about it is that, you know, we have this building. We can actually go in every nook and cranny. And, you know, so we have basically facades. Here they are made from flat polygons. They are not two-sided. It's just flat as heck. Including windows. They're all flat, just a few pixels, right? Nothing crazy. And maybe those little elements add something to it, right? Because these are suddenly, this is a shop, so it's a little bit 3D. Rest is just all 2D. Flat plane. But let me find an entrance inside. Where is it? Of course, the minimap just doesn't load, period. What? There's no entrance to the building? Not here. Gosh, and running is so slow here. Not here. Oh, here. Okay. So right now we're seeing through all those windows. That means that first floor needs to be loaded to some extent. Some rooms behind there, like probably when I enter here, some extra room just loaded somewhere behind the scenes, right? But when I exit, it unloads. So that's the thing. I know that this is a manual thing with walls and whatnot. I want to simplify it because with Unreal Engine, I know that we can push it a little bit further, especially with nanite and number of objects and whatnot. We don't have to worry about how as much as you would in Unity, especially in old Unity. But then you have some other concepts that are not easy. Like here, for example, we are loading all those floors up. So all those hallways, this needs to have loaded whatever's behind this door. And it's locked, so probably theoretically wouldn't have to. But all those floors have to. So when I go up here, you know, all this is loaded. Lighting is horrible here. Absolutely horrible. But, you know, and on top of that, if you have some kind of building, is there somebody there? Yep. Nobody there, okay? Whatever, we have something here, right? We have a person. Where is it? Okay. So, come on, person. Okay, there we go. So, I know it's silly, but you know, we have generated rooms. Room number 1, room number 2. We have now this. We have another room. You know, light switches, and the interesting part is that we actually have window here. So in theory, I could grab probably a chair or something. Where's a chair? I need a chair from the office. There's a chair, right? In theory, I should be able to open the window and just jump out. Notice that here, for example, the window stays closed. So that's kind of compromise. But maybe it would be possible with, you know, nanite and whatnot to actually make it show up. You know, all those little things. But as I exited the room, I know that everything that we moved and whatever we did, it stays there. And all the citizens, they are in locations actually doing something. Actually making phone calls and everything. Everything's tracked in real time. And this is where I think I could explore this whole mass framework for kind of optimized processing of large number of actors. Because let's say in this game, in super large map, you can get to nearly 600 citizens being, you know, simulated in real time. While maybe we could go to a larger number to make something more interesting. Oh, I think they just woke up. You know, and all those floors, you can go up and down. And I mean, it's like extremely foggy right now. and that helps the game to hide all the pop-ins, right? I sometimes, when you look at those lanterns, as I walk in, they just pop into existence, like right in front of me. Maybe not here, they just stopped doing that, but it's just doing that a lot to like crazy extent. But yeah, I just find it's a nice challenge. I would like to, make buildings larger with larger number of things, and I'm just really frustrated by all the bugs and simplifications with citizens. Well, I know that with C++ and maybe with help of NIM language, I could kind of play around with something more complex, more in depth. I like it. What kind of art style I'm looking for? So I know that I absolutely suck at textures and I suck at pixel art. I don't mind making CAD models, but they are really bad to use as, for games. Even with Unreal, it just takes a lot of effort to make them work nicely. I'm thinking about something low poly, but not really. How would I describe it? Think of it lack of textures in a way of not really, not low fidelity, not low fidelity graphic. Think of it as there's lack of textures per se, as bitmaps, but a lot of detail is embedded in the mesh itself. Wherever it needs to be flat, it's really flat. Wherever it's a corner or something, it will be actually rounded, actually something. Something where I can just put smoothing to the max, while if I need something sharper, it's gonna be geometry. I don't know how to describe it. You have some names that I haven't heard. Just Ant. Where do we have Just Ant? Okay, that's a bit closer. A little bit closer, yeah. Because I don't want to go with low poly where you can see, triangles and stuff. Not really. I mean, I was playing around with, like templates and whatnot, but I haven't put much into graphics. I wanted to have something working first. Sure, let's save everything. What I was thinking at some point, come on, Epic Games Launcher, show yourself. Where was I trying it? A long climb. Okay, here for example, I was trying like a few things, how things behave. And let's wait for it to load up. I know that it's not perfect because Lumen likes to have textures to hide the, what do you call it? To hide all the imperfections. Oh, compiling shaders? Seriously? What the heck? Why is it compiling shaders out of nowhere? I didn't update anything in that project. Yeah, I mean, Lumen really wants textures to hide its imperfections, so maybe I'll figure something out, but I am not sure how to approach that yet. Because that means I would need to spend time unwrapping UVs and doing all the other stuff for models, and I absolutely suck at it. I mean, I just never took time to learn, so I guess I'll need to probably I'll spend 2 streams or 3 streams to get some basics of Blender for UV wrapping and unwrapping, maybe some tool that, deals with seams automatically or whatnot, just to simplify to the point where, I can put some detail map on something, or maybe use the in-engine tools to bake some details on it from, from some kind of outer mesh. I don't know yet. Oh my goodness, that takes so long. And at the same time, I know that I don't want to put too much detail so that the game suddenly is, you know, chugging or something. I want to find a nice balance, but make it, you know, simplified, but it will be still fun to add some kind of grit. I don't know how to approach it yet. I'll figure it out as I go, probably. But I'm not going for like a full realism, that's for sure. Ashen. I think I saw that. Is there like some high quality? Okay, I like that, yeah. Although I don't think I can do that. And another thing is, I don't really dig the stylized stuff too much. This is a nice combo of that. I mean, I wish to do something like, what was it? Firewatch? But I don't remember what it looked like even. How detailed Firewatch was. Okay, so Firewatch is... Yeah, I like the approaches of Firewatch, but I don't know if I will be able to get anything that close. I like how, you know, organic the shapes are. They're not low poly, but at the same time, they have those simplified surfaces and just paint it over. Like, you know, very little texture. I know there are textures there. They're just subtle. Okay, Firewatch looks like Ashen, really. Yep, something similar. I mean, I had like some development models here where I just like the fact that, you know, you have actual rounded corners, actual rounded everything, right? I like that style. Or like with this. But this was just purely to get a CAD model and do some processing in Blender or somewhere that ruined all the edges. And yeah, I mean, these are just simple models, but I don't know. I really don't know where I'm gonna go with it yet. I just want to see if I can manage the city to be built, and then we'll see after that. I wonder how much work would be to, let's say, get some photo scan stuff, simplify it into lower poly or something. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, this is like the simplest shapes possible, but at the same time, I like the fact that there are fillets everywhere. Just, you know, we have actual rounded corners. This is not fake, those rounded corners, right? If I'll go to nanite visualization, triangles, it's sometimes nuts, right? Like, whew, that's a lot. And that's already simplified compared to the CAD model. But with the CAD model, the thing is that, you know, for rounded stuff, you need extra loop of straight stuff to keep it all shaded smooth. Because if you want to do that, the shading will be weird here. And therefore, it's just weird stuff. Yeah, like, this is flat. It doesn't have to have all this weird stuff going on here. Because it's just flat. But, you know, the same thing with this thing. It's just nuts. Okay. We'll see how that goes, you know? For now, I'm happy that those volumes work, that we have some kind of system that actually allows us to do things a bit more dynamically than Unreal Engine does. With some simple delays and something. Yeah, Nanite is awesome. And the lights for the, what do you call it? So if I'm gonna close this one and I'm going to go to the, where is it? If I'm going to the, was it city generator that I put on 5.5? Yeah. Because last stream I was trying to make some simple generator using blueprints for a building with, you know, like totally random floors, but yet floors and stairs in between. It's gonna take a moment to load, so bear with me. Come on, Unreal Engine. Let me drag you to the other screen. Come on. It's just, I think every time I started a construction script just reloads and regenerate all the buildings, which kind of sucks. Ah, it moved to the other screen, so that's progress. Come on. Current construction script, 75%. Still going. It shows old meshes, but this is where I was trying to start using the mass light. That's what it's called, mass light. Strange name, but descriptive enough. And I'm very excited about mass light. I'm just really excited. The next thing that they just have to resolve is simply figure out not just level of details, but loading and unloading stuff depending on the distance. If they could fix that, that would be the best. Megalights. Yeah, megalights. Not mass lights. Oh dear. Megalights. Yeah, that's a less descriptive name. Come on, come on. Oh, it loaded up. Okay, good. So the whole idea here was to actually make the rooms automatically generate all the lights, right? These are all area lights, and inside of them, on those floors, I mean, these are not small floors, right? I'm still looking for the end of the floor, and all the way out here, right? That's a massive floor. Yet the lights are there, and here, and everywhere, right? And these are all just normal area lights, or rec lights, or whatever you call them. And they just keep going, which is absolutely awesome. No problem. We're still going up. We're still going up, and going up, and going up, and going up, and going up. There we go. 161 actual floors with 4 staircases going down. So the same thing here. The only problem I'm getting here is that, shadows don't work. So I wondered if I could just say, you know what? I'm gonna, well, yeah. Oh, this really started struggling. When I selected all the object, right? Because it tries to draw all the lights. Come on, Unreal. Stop chugging. I didn't have those problems last time. So this is rather new. It woke up. So, just this little building. You can see how many lights there are inside. I'm just gonna copy it. And I'm just gonna say, because I really wanted to try. New level. Oh, not like that. No, I want the wizard. Because I want the new level on the open world. Okay? Because I know that it has good lighting setup and works just so much better with that level. Okay, this has loaded, so I could probably just paste in. There we go. And I just really wonder if this here, because this has better shadows, but better view distances, if this suddenly will make a difference in how those mass lights work. So where is our light? This is skylight. This is our sky atmosphere. This is our volumetric clouds and directional light. There we go. So our directional light, we're just gonna say it's just dead of night, right? We come in closer, and I mean, that looks great, to be honest. Wow, that looks absolutely awesome. And you can see how many area lights there are, right? Just no problem. We're just gonna modify it here. The problem is this is a construction script, so it just recomputes everything. Let's add a little bit of light, because this is kind of Wait, this is sky atmosphere. Where's the direction line? There we go. I want just tiniest bit of light. There we go. But yeah, you can see how I go down or something, and some of the lights go in and out. That's the thing. I think it's cooling them in some way. Especially when we make the building larger. Let's say I'm gonna make it from 20 floors to 60 floors. Right? We have it a little bit larger. And suddenly the lights here are here, but the ones up there are not there. I get closer and they show up. So there are some limitations, which is interesting. Like now, wow, that is really low. Yeah, depending on how the whole thing is done, but nonetheless, those lights are amazing because this is not just fake window. But as I move out, yeah, they all come in and out. Strange. And pixel, shit. What do I mean fix it? Yeah, the lights, how they work. So are you sure that's not a visual light properties? So I think it's not. You can see, but you know, I'm far away. They show up way more than normal, right? This looks great. I come closer. Some of them just go out. I guess some kind of calling occurs. Got it closer, and some of them just reappear. And then actually, you know, depending on how some of the objects spawn behind the scenes, occluding the light. So that's something that is just interesting. I'm sure there are ways to fix it. I just don't know it. And that's it. But yeah, I just absolutely love the fact that, you know, you can do that. And hell yeah. You go far away and they're still kind of blinky, right? And that is a lot of lights. And here the lights are just going nuts. Yep. Love it. Absolutely love it. I just love the fact that it's not faked, you know? And you're saying in the console to do R light max distance. R light max distance. No such thing. R dot light cooling max distance override kilometers. Cooling quality. Draw distance scale. There's a bunch. Draw distance. R light max draw distance scale. Huh. Interesting how it wasn't showing up. Whatever just happened. That's set by scalability. I mean, I have scalability to Epic. I run it also on Cinematic and doesn't change much. It's the same behavior. Less, more lights. I mean, I'm that far away and they're still blinking. So that's not the distance for drawing them. It's something with cooling and the fact that, you know, I'm looking at an angle or something. I don't know. It's just strange. Strange behavior. Draw distance scale. Draw distance scale. I mean, I have ray tracing, cooling immune, nanite, light, and debug nav. So that's it. And for draw distance, I know that that's even, yeah, view distance is max, you know. So nothing really here. Yeah. I wonder what will happen if I would replace those lights with point lights. Huh. So I just want to try to see if point lights would behave differently. BP building. Do I have add light? Right, add light gets the rect light component. So let's do add point light component. Okay, where we add it, and return value. Oh, I don't need to set the source width and whatnot, just intensity, and that will be it. Okay, compile. Oh, and now it's recalculating. And yeah, this was trimmed, no big deal. Ugh, she's gonna complain at all times, right? Okay, it's pruned, but it's just warnings, right? So these should be point lights now. So these should be sharp shadows. Yeah, now we have nice sharp shadows. But I think the behavior is still the same. See how they just go out? I come closer, they change behavior. I go further out, and they all are bright. Because I guess I can probably see the lights that are that normally would be behind some geometry that's being called because there's something in front of it. So that's it. And there's hiding, and then there's more detail because we still didn't get the bounce lighting. Who knows? No, they still cast shadows. They still cast shadows. You know? Because they just went out, right? Oh, look at that. Yeah, they don't cast shadows. You're right. No shadows. Shadows? No shadows. Down here. That's what you're right. They suddenly don't care about shadows. Huh. So there must be some property for when they cast shadows when they don't. But that is a decent distance for shadows, to be honest. And if I have this right now, all the lights are casting shadows. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, there's a setting to do the switch from dynamic to shadowless. I have no idea where. That's the thing, that I can absolutely have no idea how to set up, you know, proper lighting and other proper things in the project at all. Like, it's beyond me. But if I would be able to have buildings that size in a game, that would be like mind-blowing. And I know that it's possible. It's 100% possible. And, you know, it'll be fun. Yeah, this is cool because, you know, it's not faked. It's just a lot of instances. I believe if I'm gonna go into play mode, I'm gonna see the numbers of instances. Yeah, for a split second. Output log. Does it show it here? Come on, go to the end. The art's there for floor. Oh, I have all that. Seriously? It's not showing here. Too bad. Well, yeah, at this point, I had probably only maybe like 30,000, maybe 40,000 instance meshes. All right. So I'll be finishing for today. Tomorrow I have a long day at work. There's a hackathon, and I'll be leading a team, so I need to rest up. And I'll see you on Wednesday. On Wednesday, I'll be continuing. I probably won't be doing benchmarking for CerealDB anymore because I want to start another project, working on an actual project, like an application, but we'll see how much energy I have after the hackathon and stuff. So we'll see how that goes. I'll for sure schedule something when I decide. And on Friday will be more of a SerialDB driver for the NIM language. And on Monday we get back to tinkering with Unreal Engine. We'll start to probably do some more procedure generation with those loading and unloading and how to do things. I think it'll be fun to make something like, what is it called? Wave function collapse, maybe, possibly. Combine it, then put runtime PCG on top. Who knows? That could be a fun little thingy. So thank you for watching, and see you around Pixel Shake. You know, if anyone liked the content, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. And thank you for following Pixel Shake. And you can also join my Discord if you want to hang out. And have a great day, have a great night. See you around.